Or maybe I rejoin the channel. Give me 2 seconds. Is that better now?
It was fine before.
It's so much better now.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for trolling. Then it's game time.
I was gonna spit my coffee. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Now, does somebody want to make a recap of last session? For preferential treatment in the first encounter.
What happened last session?
Anyone
Anybody remember?
Yeah.
Do it then.
We were able to track the kobolds to their location, and
Wrong.
No. Yeah, we bonked them. We used the kitty, and Reuben was able. Well, after we had bonked all of them and slaughtered a few. Well, I guess we slaughtered them all, but the druid from the forest came to Reuben and graced him with their presence and told them to follow them into the forest. And they had a large exposition of what was going on, what Reuben needed to do. And so Reuben's like, hell yeah, I'm going to do the thing you want me to do. And so the druid, the dryad, not the druid, told him that he could keep the kitty. And he also got this nice, leafy cape thing. Maybe it's not a leafy cape. It's just a cape. Nice cape. Probably does something. Don't know what it is. So then he came back, and Wiglaf was setting up all the, little kobolds into the symbol of the death god. And Reuben, kind of got upset about that. And Usmar, of course, put a few of the kobolds to sleep. But then, Usmar was also in the process of gutting the kobold to try and see how their organs worked and stuff. And so, Corfin is just kind of there. I think he put a few to sleep. Or maybe he used the color spray, or was that... No, I think it was Usmar.
No, I think Corfin fucked up his color spray.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we beat the kobolds. We got back to the area. Oh, we found a necklace. Well, we didn't find it. I think Usmar found a necklace from one of the shamans, kobold shamans. And I guess they're trying to figure out what that was.
It wasn't magical, so...
Right.
Not too smart.
And then we got back to the village after all that. We didn't grab any kobold ears or anything. We just got back. And I think we went to the bar to rest. Or no, the whatever the place is called again. I think I wrote it down somewhere. But we went there to rest, and
Llobet Luxury Lounge.
That's it. Thank you.
Lounging.
The leech lounge. And so Wiglaf wanted to completely forget and then remember and then forget to ask his god for the god's name. And yeah, he totally got that in front of the god and was like, hey, I forgot I'm supposed to talk to you about something very important. Anyway, Wiglaf had a moment in his dream. God told him to totally cleanse the lands of all undead. Please and thank you. And Wiglaf was like, yeah, sure, I can do that, bud. And then Wiglaf wakes up from level 1, level 2, and Reuben also was level 2 in the ranger. And Usmar was talking to one of the commoner dudes about some shady shit going down in the port city and also other places. The big tower thing, the watchtower thing, like at night or whatever. There might be a necromancer.
Commoner. Was Tanner. Okay.
Tanner. Oh, I thought they were
The bounty master.
Yeah, right. That's it. Tanner, the bounty master. Right. Not the commoner. And then here we are.
Osmar officially has I think Osmar and Tanner are officially friends after the successful charisma roll.
Yeah, that was a good roll. And so, now we wake up to a new day, new goals.
Alright. So we now have a party that consists of 3 player characters and 4 NPCs.
Wait, who's the 4th NPC? We have
the owl, the donkey, the cat, and Coffin.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Alright, sounds like fun, huh?
That's the way I like it.
Good times.
Then I guess.
Where's my owl?
Owl doesn't have a token.
I know.
You get cheated out of your token.
I gave you a token. Just kidding. Gave you the picture of the owl in the armor.
Alright. Then let's move to the honeypots. Llobet luxury lounging, okay? It's not the honeypot. Well, the party is currently sitting in their rooms, waking up.
I was moved to a different room.
No,
I didn't have a green carpet.
I think you had a green carpet.
I don't know. Doesn't matter too much.
I
wake up
haven't
to
moved
prepare my
anyone.
spells.
Alright. What kind of spells do you prepare?
Magic missile and expeditious retreats.
Alright.
And then I wanna go knock on Corfin's door, see if he's left
Yeah.
his room yet.
You can knock at Coffin's door. He is one door to the east, the next room over. Maybe I should open your door so you can leave your room.
No, I don't know if we should do this like in roll 20.
You can't. Yeah.
Can I just say that I go knock on? I don't know if I want to move my door everywhere. Or I can. Here, I knock on this door. Oh wait, do you say one to the east?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I knock here. I see it's away. And then I go.
Someone
here.
open my door.
Yeah,
Who
I
opened my
opened
door?
doors. I opened doors.
Shoot a bow. Shoo. Shoo.
I notify Corfin of my concerns. Since there's so little that we know yet of this magical stone that you presented to me, I don't think we should be experimenting with it too much just yet.
Why not?
The energy draining property feels weird. I feel like it's unwise to be doing too much with without further insight gained without chance of error.
Yeah, what I mean is, I have been carrying this thing around for quite a while now. Don't you think that I would have had something happen to me if it was problematic?
I think it's hard to say. There's too many variables that haven't been tested. The magnitude of spells cast on it, the amount of spells cast on it in whichever time period. I personally I feel scared.
Okay. Then let's not try anything too fancy new for now.
Yep. My spell preparations today are for playing with Ruben's cat.
Okay.
I go for breakfast.
Let's get breakfast. Yep.
Yep.
Anybody not interested in going to breakfast?
Wiglaf realizes that Ruben is seemingly, hurt or wounded, and he is going to heal him. For the 1d8. Boop. 6 hit points.
You get 6 hit points.
Hoo-ha. And
Very
there
good.
goes one of my spells.
So, breakfast time.
Reuven will probably go and take breakfast and go take the breakfast up to his room to eat with the cat.
Okay.
I'm going to try and find my owl. Somewhere.
What are you trying to do?
I'm going to try and find my owl. I'm going to go out. I'm going to just go. Well, first I'm going to go down, obviously, eat breakfast, and then go grab my owl. Oh, geez.
Stop moving.
I am not touching it.
So, Reuven grabs breakfast and goes back to his room. The rest of the party probably sits around the table that we were sitting around last night. Yeah, you can have breakfast. Anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, you guys. I had a bit of a dream last night, and it was really strange. My god came to me, and he told me to eradicate all undead. But I could use them as tools for my purposes of eradication toward other undead. Anyway, I totally forgot to ask them for their name. So
I
don't
I look around if there's other people in the tavern, and how loud is Wiglaf speaking?
I'm not exclaiming or anything. I'm just, I guess, speaking because I'm right next to you. I'm speaking as though I'm, I guess, eating food and speaking to you at the same time, but not like
Giving him
loud.
like a, I'm giving him like a lower the volume motion with my hand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's like a
Like
few
little-
people in here as well.
Yeah. Don't worry, maybe people think I'm just a weird dwarf.
Hopefully.
Anyway, yeah. So that's the end of that. And I also helped Ruben whenever he woke up this morning, so everyone should be okay.
And now then I continue with my whatever it is that we have for breakfast. Porridge.
Yeah. Porridge with berries.
Berries.
I've had porridge
Good
before.
berries.
Normal forest berries.
Good hearty breakfast. Did we get any beer?
If you want to, you can
Yes,
ask.
I will take one beer.
No, sure, you get a beer with your breakfast. It's fine.
How much is that?
Nothing. Breakfast included.
Oh.
It's 1 gold piece for 1 drink and an evening, breakfast and the room. And also access to the bath.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll just, leisurely sip on it while I eat my food.
Right, I think nobody else has anything to say. So it's true.
No, I don't think we have anything special. I guess now that it's the morning, I want to check with another source, and I want to ask the tavern keep about the ask him what's the deal with this some rich dude here in town.
Yeah,
This
there's a
big
few
mansion-
rich dudes in this town.
There's this big mansion that seems.
Oh,
has
you mean
really
that
been,
rich dude?
Yeah, the rich dude.
I honestly couldn't tell you. He lived there for quite a while already. I have never seen him.
I guess shrug. Do any Hunters Guild folk come to the tavern often?
No. It's too nice for them.
Yeah. Understandable, I suppose. I give him a smile and walk away. That's my business.
Yep.
I'll look at Wiglaf. So I'll have to sell our merchandise, I suppose.
Yeah. We need to get a little bit extra money, a little bit extra traveling expenses, just in case, we run into something we might need.
Well, I don't see any more reason to wait around. Shall we head off?
After you?
Alrighty. So you head out to sell stuff?
Yep.
Okay. You head to the market, I assume? Or you're trying to find some back alley shop?
Market.
Market, okay. You head to the market. There's like a obvious market area in the town, and you can find a.
Do you two leave without Druven?
We'll find you at some point, I'm guessing.
Well, you weren't speaking at all, so we were wondering what was
Yeah,
going
I
on.
was just imagining. I was gonna just let you two do it, but it. Yeah, I was currently imagining after a couple of minutes of them leaving, Reuven comes down with his full, stuff, and he just looks around for his party. And I guess he doesn't see you guys.
Maybe
Oh.
Corcoran's still there?
Oh,
Oh,
he wasn't
no.
down yet. Oh,
Coffin's coming with you.
oh yeah, I
Okay.
thought. Yeah, maybe you just needed some more rest. Maybe that was it.
Yeah, I mean,
You have to
Yeah,
track them through the city.
Okay.
Yeah, but not like leaving.
yeah, we gotta go get the donkey and stuff.
Yeah, gotta get the donkey and
Mm-hmm.
get your stuff ready so Rufin can catch up with you, I guess.
Yeah, he knows what we're about to.
Can I look for like
Rufin,
outer?
roll me a d20. Don't roll a 1 or a 2.
Uh-oh.
Roll a 2. Or roll a 3.
Okay, you can
That's a
find
1
them.
and a 2.
That's a,
Oh, shit. You don't find them and then you extremely don't find them and run into them by accident.
Cool.
You're trying really hard to avoid them after not finding them, and there you go, you fail again. Good job. You found them. Sucks, but
amazing.
what can you do?
Succeeding and failing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you found a group heading out to the market. You arrive at the market square. There's a few shops around. If somebody's interested, there's also a few magic shops.
We were supposed to find owl pellets, like food for the owl. So instead of going through our rations or anything like that. And also, do I need a cage for the owl? I feel like doing that would just, I don't know, like,
Make it easier.
yeah, I guess I'll try and,
With some place for the owl to sit.
yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'll try and get a nice cage with nice little, cushions and, like, probably be, like, large enough for it just kind of flutter around a bit. But, whatever. Get some little owl bed.
So I think first on the agenda would be selling the weapons.
Yep.
And you can find the local armor smith shop and approach them.
Hey,
Yeah,
old friend.
be smart. I'm not too good with people, so you can probably just handle this if you want.
Sure. I walk up to the guy, I give him a bright smile and a wave, and hail him. Hail, friend.
Yeah, it's a real shop, so you have to go inside, enter through a door, and then inside there's a guy behind a counter, and you can hail this person, and he says, "Oh, welcome. What can I help you with?"
We're looking to offload some weaponry.
That's an odd request, but what have you brought?
We have, I look at my notes. We got 5 arming swords, 4 short bows, a short spear, 3 polearms, some quivers, and some arrows that we're looking to sell.
It's a good haul you have there.
Yep. Got some hobgoblins. Got the head for 100 GP, and now we're looking to get some extras.
Not donating the weapons to the military security guild, I see.
Does this guy have a guild emblem on him?
Obviously, he's part of the merchant guild.
Yeah. Well, I much prefer gold. I give him a smile.
Well, don't we all? Yeah, let's have a look. Bring some sample inside. Bring them all inside if you can.
Are you fine with a donkey in your shop?
No,
I could probably grab the
I'll
bag
give
and just
you
kind of
the
haul the stuff in.
you can just carry the stuff inside. It's not that problematic.
Yeah, I'll just
But
grab the.
am I gonna? All right, sure. Bring the donkey near. I open the door. I'm like, Wiglove, does he have the donkey on him?
Oh yeah. The donkey goes where I go.
I motion him to or beckon him. Start hauling the stuff in the shop for
Yeah,
the
I'll
last
just
couple of meters.
take the stuff out of the bag and just kind of travel back and forth between moving through the assorted goods and grabbing all the things like the pristine swords and whatnot, just like flopping them on the table. Well, not too hard. Don't want to ding them up or anything.
Yeah. So you bring all the stuff inside, and the guy looks at it and says, "Decent weaponry. I would buy them at like half market price. It's gonna take me a while to offload these, so can't really give you much more."
That's Seems fair. I've counted I've counted this assortment myself to be up to 285 gold. You can recount it yourself if you wish. So 140 would be half of that.
I will trust you that you have calculated this correctly. And she says, yeah, he will buy them for that money.
Great. Pocket the 140 gold. Leave him the weapons. He can clean it up himself, put everything in the right place.
Alright, 140 gold.
I'm adding it to my character sheet and we'll divvy it up later. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Actually, could you, I guess, as you're like talking this, Reuben's stuff, Uzma, could we keep some of those arrows so we get them more cheaply next time when we might need them?
I looked at him and say, seems that my traveling party still has needs for these arrows. Would you mind if we alter the deal a little bit, then we keep half of the arrows?
Don't you have like 60 arrows on a donkey?
124.
No, how many do you have on a donkey?
124.
Reuven took some arrows off, didn't he?
Oh, he did? Oh, well,
I seem to remember.
No, I already taken off them. That's already so many on donkey. On Reuven is altogether is 40.
Okay, so
Okay, and you want more than this?
Yeah, I'm just like if we can keep just a small stack on the donkey as well.
Yeah, I have to ask for half of the arrows back for 2 gold.
He just gives you half of the arrows back.
Okay.
Okay. So then, how many arrows we have?
60 arrows left.
60? Okay.
And then all of these are deleted.
Yep.
We are
Probably
almost at base encumbrance. We are at base
Could
encumbrance.
be, yeah. Like
then
that.
140 GP.
So do you have 150 then in the community pot?
150 in that. Oh, you want to add it to the? Sure, I'll add it there.
Oh, I meant like if we were going to put it on the donkeys, put a bear in
put
and
it on the
use
donkey.
it at some point. Use it.
Donkey is back in encumbered range. Encumbered by money. Get fucked. Alright.
Yep, and I want to go.
Also,
I'll buy.
yeah, okay, you have to find out things by
I'll
yourself.
buy sling bullets from this guy as well. I give him 3 gold.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Doing pretty good for ourselves. Pretty good. Oh yeah, I need to buy my owl cage whenever we get the chance to.
Yeah. You can like look around on the market, and an owl cage is like obscure material. You probably would have to look in one of the mage shops for something like this.
Could I get a custom owl cage? Like the door of the owl cage is a symbol of the god of death?
If you find it's probably like a artisan smith who would be able to do that. It's not gonna be easy.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
And it's gonna be expensive.
Yeah, I'll just buy a regular cage for now. I mean, cage.
Me and Wick will head to the magic shop. I also have some needs.
Yeah. There is, on first view, you see 2 magic shops on the marketplace.
Anything interesting about their outside advertisement that sets them apart?
One of them's called
Not
Dan, the other
really.
one's called Terry. Ben and Terry's magic shop.
There's one that speaks to you. That seems to be more interesting to you, just by looking at it.
Do either of them look like the inside is magically lit?
How would you tell from outside?
I guess it's a good point.
I don't know.
We're not going to walk up.
Because magical light goes around like all sources. So if it seems like it's
Depends on the magic light. If it's lit by a light spell, yes. If it's lit by a magic lantern or magic candles.
Does either of them look like they're lit by a light spell?
No, nobody would do that. That sounds stupid.
No.
I would do that.
It's way too bright.
Usmar has standards, okay?
Alright, well, whatever. We go to.
Oh, I'm gonna try and.
one.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
To which
No,
one?
you can go first. Whichever
I was
one was
gonna.
first.
I was just trying to get my owl, so like I wanted them to like, if they had a cage, I'd like to see if they had a cage that fit the owl. So like I wanted to have my owl with me, Zool.
Uh,
I wanted to call Zool, like a whistle,
um.
like how they do like animal like.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't whistle. I lost my ability to whistle.
Yikes.
I've never
Yeah.
been able to.
Same.
You call your owl. Your owl is coming as it's supposed to be. And you can carry your owl on your shoulder, probably into the magic shop. You approach the first magic shop, and behind the counter is a hard to tell how old she is, but it's a woman.
Okay. I'm gonna dig into my bag and pull out a few nuts for, or not nuts, a few meat scraps for, Zool. And I'm gonna whisper to him like, "Behave yourself. We're in the presence of a magic lady. She might zap you."
You can. You walk inside. She sees the owl and says, "Oh, welcome. Magnificent bird you have there."
Oh, thank you. Now, I was just wondering if I could get a nice, comfy cage for my, little man. He seems to be, he loves the forest, but I can't always be in forests all the time, so need him as comfortable as I
yeah.
can be.
We have the. I have some nice cages for familiars.
Nice. I'm just gonna browse. Usmar can, do what he wants to do.
You can browse them. They are in the back room, but she
Okay.
will. If you want, you can come with me and look at them, and she will head with you to the back room. And
Okay.
I'll just stay waiting at the counter.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know that was gonna happen. Sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's why I wanted him to just kind of go and browse the cages. But yeah, I think what we just gonna want to see if like Zool wants to pick the cage himself or herself. I don't even know if it's a male or female.
you don't know.
So
That's true.
I don't know.
You could have asked Reuben.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can speak to animals, can't you? Or no, you can't. Never mind. No.
Well, so we have a few different price ranges, of course. These are the
God.
cheaper ones. They are like 10 gold pieces, or you can buy the slightly larger, bit more luxurious. I don't know how. I mean, having a familiar is quite the important thing. You want to keep them safe, don't you? So we have the slightly better version for 50 gold pieces.
Jesus. That's so much.
Or you can buy the one that you really want for an familiar. This one is saved against the elements, so this has a water protection cast on the outside, so your familiar doesn't get wet if it doesn't want to. Obviously the price is way higher, so this one would be 600 gold pieces.
It's gonna be really fun. I looked at Zool stared at the most expensive one.
Zool doesn't give a fuck about these cages.
He probably doesn't. He probably doesn't even want to be in one. Yeah, I'll just grab the fifth. Fuck. Oh. Do I want to grab the $10 one right now and then buy the $600 one later? Or do I want to grab the $50 one, make sure Zool is at least comfy, or at least I don't know what I'll do in cages. So, does it get a bit more space in the $50 one, or is it just more immaculate? It just looks like it looks better. The feel of the cage, like when people look at it.
Just to be precise, this would be $1,000 or $5,000.
Okay. Well, okay.
Yeah, the expensive one looks a bit more comfy. It's a good bit larger. You have a large bird, so
Yeah.
The small one would be kind of animal cruelty almost.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I'm getting. I'll pay the $50. I got it.
Alright.
I mean the 50 gold.
Yeah.
Out of my personal fund, that's what I have sure on me. Oh my god. Goodbye, money. Yeah, I just tell her like, look at the. I tell her like, yeah, this one looks real nice. You said 50 gold. So
Yeah.
I get in my bag and shuffle out 50 gold coins and then
She
plop all of it right down the table.
takes the money, counts it, and hands you your cage.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. What was your name?
Oh, my name's Anna.
Nice to meet you, Sweet love. I am a man of many skills right now.
Well,
But I may come back to your magic shop sooner or later. I could,
take good care of
Keep
your
that.
familiar. You don't want them to die.
of course. We have plenty of prey out in the forest for him to eat. But nice to meet you, Anna. And I just walk out of the shop. I nod to Usmar, and I tried to put Zul in the cage, see if he's, comfortable in it, or maybe he doesn't give a fuck.
He
Uh,
goes into the cage, sits on this. There's like a branch in the cage mounted to the sides, and he sits on the branch and looks like at home. Seems like a good place to sit.
yeah, this might be a silly question. Did they have water droppers, or did I have, like, how did they get water if they had cages and stuff? Because I only know of the modern water droppers, like, for things that they eat, get the water that way. But I don't want to keep him in the cage for too long. I just want to keep him, like, if we're in cities or urban areas, I don't want him to be able to fly around.
Yeah, I think as long as you don't keep him locked up forever, there won't be too much problems.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Maybe
We're out.
sometime give him something to drink, or let him fly around and grab something to drink for himself.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured on our traveling, I'll just let him out of the cage, and then
Yeah.
when he comes back, yeah.
All right, Osma, anything you want from the shop?
I'm sitting, or not sitting, I'm standing by the counter. As they've been talking outside, I've stacked 28 gold into neat pieces of like 5, 5, 5, 1, 5, 3. And as Anna comes back, I kind of push the 10 gold pieces to one side. Say continue a lightstone. I push 6 gold pieces in the middle. Say 10 pieces of parchment, and I push 8 gold pieces to the right, and I say a quill and some ink.
Good.
Please.
Somebody came prepared.
Not here to waste any time. Yours or mine.
Good idea. Cage weighs 5 pounds. She grabs from under her counter a box and opens the box and says, points out to one black stone and says, not this one, but any of the others.
Oh, do they have like assortment of colors?
Yeah, but it's like a bunch of different size and different shape and colored stones.
I don't care too much. I'm just gonna take some smooth stone,
Okay.
something that doesn't look like too edgy.
They all are
And
smooth.
Yep.
I need to
Well,
pee. I'll be right back.
a smooth stone at random. Something. If they have different colors of light, I want it to be like a warm. Light.
The light is. You don't see the light right now.
Oh yeah, true. I just take one of them.
Yeah, they probably all have the same light. Like unless somebody is involved in specifically altering the light, then they all have the same light. Yeah, you can pick one of these stones, and she asks you, "Do you need a small leather sack for the stone as well?"
Yeah, I'd like that, please.
Yeah. And she hands you this interestingly crafted sack that lets you quickly release the stone if you need to by just opening a flap. And it also has an opening at the top where you can put it back inside. So it has a quick release mechanism. This will cost you 1.5 gold pieces. Yeah.
I take
And you can buy the rest as well from her. And
Yep.
just pleasure doing business. See you again soon.
Yep, hopefully. See ya. Bye.
Alright, back in town. What's the plan for the party?
First I need to do some maths and reduce my stuff.
Viglas, did you not want to buy yourself the? You talked about it. More protection-y armor.
Wiglaf's currently on the toilet.
Oh right, sorry, I forgot.
How's Kitty's mood? Is Kitty already feeling like running?
Well, we had, Reuven and Kitty had a nice, the room at the not honeypot TM. It was probably like just absolutely trashed because we took apart the bed and made like a pillow fort. So yeah. But the cats probably we had breakfast together now. It's probably as the time goes by, it's probably excited. It like looks at Reuven looks at his mom. Are you still fine with playing with the kitty
Yeah, I'm
today?
prepared. I would be prepared for this. I look to the cat, realizing
The cat's like hidden in his hood, but maybe it might.
I look to Usmar. I have one spell prepared for a run game and one spell for catch bird game.
Catch bird game? Oh, yeah.
Yep, those were the games.
Yeah.
Yes, Uzma. When I was sleeping, I thought of ideas of first the as you say force field spell you have cast before to block off attacks.
Yes.
It works very well, but as you said, it is getting thinner now.
Mm.
It still is fine for now, but it could work.
We'll have to get some blessed leather with Wiglaf then. If you wish to build rapport with the humans of this city, you could go help clean at a blacksmith, and gather up some leather scraps from their shop.
And this would help with the spell.
It would not only help, but it would be necessary for the spell.
Wait. I was at the other thought. He points to his hood. Is it? Would it be possible to put the force field on my companion?
That's an interesting proposition. Might work. It's worth a shot.
Okay.
Though,
I shall attempt to try and get some of these scraps.
sure, I can join you so that you don't feel what's the word? So you don't feel like an outsider too much.
Like antisocial or something, or what's the word? No. You're right. It's another word.
I think he understands outside. You see Reuven kind of like puff off or like kind of is more serious face and like puts a hand on your shoulder and like and goes, "Thank you, brother. You are really
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
you deserve to be good. You are a good man, a good human." And
Ostracized is the word.
I like to think so myself.
you definitely see Reuven be more. Ever since waking up today, Reuven's definitely been more up, started up, more uplifted,
Yeah.
and has a bit of a more skip to his step
Yeah.
as he leveled up.
Yeah.
Oh yes, while you were away, Wiglaf, Reuben asked you about your armor.
Oh, what exactly did he say? Did he want?
Is did you were talking something about that you were talking about armor like some
Oh,
days ago maybe, and now
yeah.
he's like, is that
No,
still happening?
no, 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 not after that owl cage. No,
Why not?
no. The owl cage really put me in a bit of a slump when it comes to my funds. However, I think it's for the best that we just keep saving money to where we can really use it for armament upgrades. Besides, there are probably still things we can do around this place in Llobet to keep these people safe from further attacks by kobolds, goblins, and the like, and the villages surrounding it. It is also why I wanted to head to one of the who would be the owner of like the mayor or like who's the commanding like governor officer person like the military
Um,
arm of Llobet.
there is the security officer,
Yeah, yeah.
and other than
I,
this, there's the council. Like the political side is the council, and then the person who is in charge of the quote unquote police force is the security officer.
Weeklop mentions to Ruben and Usmar, he's like, I know we have lots of things to prepare for and do, but I was wondering if I could, lend my hand to one of the local sheriff military in the land to see if they have anything that they need or want in terms of services or goods found.
I think that's reasonable. Though I look around, is there like a lot of people nearby?
It's the marketplace. Yeah.
I beckon the party to move into like a quieter area, and I pull Wiglaf close. There's been rumors of a cleric in this city as well. Maybe something that maybe someone that could help you understand what's happened to you.
Hmm. Someone like me with like powers of mine?
Yeah, I'm sure that you could engage in mutually beneficial conversations and the such.
That would be so useful. Thank you, Usmar. Do you know where I could find them?
Um, these strange lights have been sighted at the temple, so I'd start there, ask around the rumors of a cleric. Don't make it too obvious that you're one yourself.
Oh, as soon as I get back from the sheriff's office or whoever the military head is here, I'll go straight to the temple.
I give him a smile.
While you two are talking, Reuben, still in his happy mood, turns to Coffin. He's like, friend, is there something? Is there anything you would have wanted while we are here?
If everybody is going after his own stuff, I guess I will check in with my guild, see how if there's any news about the mining operation getting back on track. I still think this is the best way we have to get eastward. So, yeah. Other than this, I'm not in need of anything right now.
Okay.
Okay, then party splits up in 4 different directions. Is this true?
Wait, are we in
Roll for initiative.
There's Wiglaf, then there's Corfin, and I think aren't I with Reuven?
If you
Reuben doesn't have any ideas where he
Okay.
wants to go. Reuben's kind of just happy-go-lucky right now.
okay,
Yeah.
I think
then Coffin walks off. Coffin deals with his own stuff. Who wants to go first? Then else.
I guess Wiglaf maybe. Since
Okay, let's go with
Reuben
Wiglaf first. Wiglaf, you want to head to the security chief.
Security chief, that's
Yeah, you know what the building looks like. You have been in Barrios long enough that you know what the security office looks like, and you can find it pretty easily. It's across the street from the bounty master. You can head inside if you want to.
Yes. Are there any guards out front or? There...
No.
Okay. I'm gonna walk in and I'm gonna see and look around for someone who might be in command, or if it's just like some sort of like lobby thing, or if the chief's like right there.
This is a small office, and that's not the barracks. Like there would be barracks somewhere else, but this is just like the security office. There is a small counter, and behind the counter you see someone who most definitely is not the security chief. You can tell by the rank.
Okay. I'm going to, slowly walk up, have my hands together in my robe, because I'm always wearing my robe and armor and stuff. Zool is, of course, I think Zool would probably be in the cage next to, like, dangling. I don't know where he's dangling from, maybe the donkey or something, but, I'm like, excuse me, I'm looking for your security chief. I have news for him, and also would like to see if there was any work available.
Well, welcome to Llobet, first of all. I have not seen you around here.
Oh, yes.
Where do you come from?
Place. Oh, I actually hail from where my family hails, Camp Bidovik, but I was raised in one of the military barracks, or at least trained in one of the military barracks in Barrios.
Someone from the capital. Vera is currently out in the city. She will be returning sometime later. As goes for work, what exactly are you thinking about?
Well, I was going to mention, like, the group that I was traveling with, that's Kobolds nesting around, here, and we got rid of them. So hopefully that shouldn't be too much of a problem for travelers and merchants alike trying to get through to Llobet. And also, there is some troubling information about some things that are going on in the city that might need to only be heard by your security chief.
Troubling information about things going on in the city?
Yes, sort of, I feel like it's one of those, need-to-know bases, and the security chief needs to know.
Well, I am her assistant, so if there's anything she needs to know, then you can tell me.
Okay. Nobody else is in the room, right? Just the security assistant?
Maybe there's somebody behind the door, behind her.
Oh, do I have a spell? No, I don't. Fuck. Okay. I'm just going to, I guess I'm going to try and, look around and tell her, like, this doesn't need to leave this room, but there might be whereabouts or rumors of some sort of smuggling operation coming on in the city, as well as some stories of undead folk that might be around, some sort of necromancer. Of course, I don't have any concrete evidence of this, but I've only heard, these sorts of rumors from others.
Well, thanks.
Was it Llobet, or I think it was Port Bream and Llobet? Like I think that's what the information was.
Thanks, I guess. Please come back when you have any concrete evidence.
Well, I guess that's a good point. Yeah. I just, maybe just kind of, throwing it out there. It's on the wind. But, so like, all right, thank you for having me for the few moments I was here. Nice place, by the way.
All right. Goodbye.
Feeling that was a failure, I'm just going to walk off.
Okay.
Come to mass. Actually, Zool can't go anywhere. He's in a cage. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just going to head back to the party. Be smart. And Ruben.
You have no idea where the party is because the party is leaving to somewhere else.
That's true. I'm just going to walk around the city, just take in the sights,
Okay.
I got nothing else to do, so. Actually, no. I'll go to the tower and wait for the other. I'll just do that.
Which tower?
The one where the cleric's supposed to be at?
The temple.
The one that the temple. Sorry, the temple. Yeah.
You can head to the temple. There's a temple in town. It looks like the ordinary temple that you would expect. There's some people around, some clerical figures.
Well, I was told a priest is here, or like someone like me, right? So I'm gonna see if I can. Wait, do priests know of other priests, like some sort of magical powers or whatever, or do they have to actually do something to?
They have to do something.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll just invite myself into the. I'm not gonna cut myself into the holy water.
Okay.
I'm just going to be nice and respectful to this temple.
Yeah.
Do I recognize the symbol of the What's the major particular god that they serve here? Or do they have-
It's a normal temple layout, so it looks like the temple I have showed you before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just walk in and just kind of wait to be seated or seen by someone.
There's just chairs, carpets on the ground. If you want to sit on a carpet and pray, you can do so, or just sit on a carpet and act like you're praying.
Yeah, I'll sit. I'll sit down and I guess I'll sit not really at any particular temple-looking thing,
In case, just to make sure that you know where you're sitting, drag you to the temple map.
Yeah, I don't want to sit in the vicinity of any particular gods. I'm going to sit into an area that's like unaffiliated, but still a prayer area. Is that a possibility?
Is there anything specific you want to do to figure out where you sit? Or
Yeah,
you're just
I'm
going
going
by
to
random?
No, I'm going to ask somebody like maybe oh god, I'm going to ask somebody that might be in the temple that would tell me like where would be an unaffiliated area where I can sit and pray to a particular god.
Unaffiliated area.
Yes, I sit in an area and it's not like a major area where another god would otherwise be prayed at. So, I can sit.
I mean, there's the you ask someone.
Yeah, I'll just ask them.
Yeah. Well, if you're not praying to any of the gods and concepts, I guess you would sit somewhere on the outer rim. So one of the corners, maybe?
I'll tell them thank you and bow my head and then go to one of the corners, one of the outer rim areas and start praying to my god for guidance and, just the regular stuff.
Where do you go?
I'm going to go here.
Here?
I think this is what they're talking about, like one of the outer rim things, like this area here.
There's these carpets in every one of the corners. Is like one carpet where you could sit if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
So pick one.
So are the carpets here?
Yes, all the red circles are carpets.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just go to this carpet here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just move my character booth.
Yeah, you go there and sit down and start praying, and it actually feels really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
This is uncomfortable to the level where your prayer is not really working.
Oh wow. Wow, that's not good. I guess I feel a little weird about that because usually I can get some sort of semblance of acknowledgement, but I'll probably get up and I guess I'm going to go back to the person I was speaking to and be like, excuse me, it seems like my I'm not really feeling it. I was wondering if there were any other places I could probably sit to maybe hopefully get answers, from the gods above. But it seems like my prayers aren't being heard.
We all sometimes feel like our prayers aren't heard. My son, don't be discouraged.
Yes.
This is a natural state of prayer. Maybe you're asking the wrong questions.
I'm going to take my holy symbol out and go back to the same position that I was before. But I'm not going to try and make it very obvious.
Are you taking your holy symbol out in front of the person? Or?
No. I'm walking back to the spot, and I'm going to lay it down in the prayer position. I'm going to take my holy symbol out. I'm going to keep it in between my robe. So robes have those long fucking sleeves where your hands kind of barely in. and I'm going to try and keep it in between, my hands and between the sleeves. So like they wouldn't be able to see. Like it looks like I'm just putting my hands together with my robe, but the holy symbol is in my hands.
Okay.
And so I just kind of repeat my prayer of, guidance from my God, and
It's incredibly uncomfortable.
wow.
The holy symbol in your hand actually feels feels like it's getting hot.
Oh, I'm going to let go of the holy symbol. Wow. Okay. Very strange. Wiglaf does feel like his, deities probably doesn't. Maybe he doesn't want him in here or praying in here at all. So I'm
At least not
going.
where you are praying at the moment.
Yeah, not really telling me anything otherwise. So maybe I'm not supposed to be in here praying. So I'll just leave. Assume I'll just get up from my position. Sort of be done with my prayer to my God, and obviously it's not working. So I'm just gonna walk out, and I'll just travel around the city.
Give me a dex
to
check.
find it. Oh, uh-oh. The dex is 10, so 18. Oh no.
18. Okay. As you, I don't know, give me a perception check as well. Just,
Okay.
just make a perception check. No reason why.
No, 20. Oh god, I messed that up. Oh Jesus, stop it. Words. Okay, 18.
Okay. Yeah. You think everything is working according to plan as you leave the temple.
Of course.
Which door do you leave the temple through?
Oh, what was the door I came in of? Probably one. Oh well, I guess all the entrances mean something. So, oh shit, which one's this one? Oh, I have it written down. Nope. Fuck, wrong page. I don't want to do this for like 5 hours. Fuck. Left.
Left.
I'm gonna roll.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna roll it for the 1d2. 1d. Oh shit. 1d2. Right. Nope. Right.
Okay. You leave to the right side. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to do?
Oh, God.
Do you want to sit around the temple? Are you going back to the LLL, or are you
I'm
just
going
walking through the town?
Yeah, I just want to see. I just want to, I guess, take in the sights. I didn't exactly get to travel through Llobet. It's mostly I've came to the tavern. I've been in the temple, and it seems to be a very uncomfortable place for whatever reason. And I seem to keep forgetting I need to ask other questions. But we're rolling it, so I'm gonna just kind of walk around, Ass and Zool.
Okay.
And we're just gonna I'm just kind of taking the sights, listen to like what the local population is talking about, whether it be in the market or out in the street, like what are people complaining about, what are that sort of thing. Just kind of like keeping the ear to the ground, so to speak.
Yeah. Give me,
That's it.
just without any, this has nothing to do with anything, just roll me a 1d20.
Okay. 14.
Okay, awesome. Jump back to the rest of the party. Reuven and Usma.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I think we walked to the dude that we sold our shit to earlier.
The armor and the weaponsmith.
Was he a weaponsmith? Smith, not an armorsmith?
That was the weaponsmith.
Okay, so I guess we walked to an armorsmith.
Okay.
They drag Reuben along.
Yep.
Yep, and then knock on his door. Open up his shop.
Are you going to the? Are you looking for an actual smith, or are you looking for a armor shop? You were in a weapon shop.
Just like a smith specifically.
A smith
They're like
specifically.
some sort of, if they have some sort of like tanning rack outside or some like leather working area, then that's obviously.
If you're looking for a leather worker and tanning, then you have to go to somewhere completely different.
Alright, we're gonna go there. I'm gonna look for a leather worker.
Okay, so you're asking through the city probably, and you get pointed, and like everybody's like pointing south. And you come by the Hunter's Guild building, which is obvious to see, and past the Hunter's Guild building, at the south edge of town, there's like the tanning racks and stuff. They are smelly, so that's why they are outside of town.
Why is the Hunters Guild building obvious?
Because
Imagine
it's
it was
it's a
obvious.
large building and it has the flag outside with the emblem on it.
Okay.
We should visit this place later on today, I believe. But
Really?
let's go get
Okay.
some leather, so we don't have to think about that anymore.
You head into the leatherworking area and you can buy some leather if you want to, or whatever the plan was.
Is there like a sales guy or like a main dude who's in charge?
No,
No.
that's just workers.
Do they have like some sort of like trash area that they've dumped off their scrap into?
Why would you dump your trash if you can sell the trash to the wizards who want to buy your trash to make spell components
Maybe
out of it?
Maybe there's not that many wizards.
You would think so, but there's a military security guild who has people on the front line.
Alright, I walk up to.
There is not an obvious trash bag with leather scraps in it. That's what I'm
So
saying.
there's not an obvious trash bag, and there's not like an obvious leader.
Mhm.
So I just walk up to someone and like, hey, how would a wizard go about getting some scrapped leather?
What would a wizard do with some scraps of leather?
Just wizard stuff.
Just wizard stuff, huh? I mean, don't you go to your mage shops and buy scraps of leather there?
It seems like you guys have plenty right here. I think I'd rather buy from the source.
Yeah, sure. How much scraps of leather do you need? And how big do they have to be?
They don't have to be too big. Size of a finger would be enough.
And what type of leather are we talking about?
Sword leather.
Can you be a bit less unspecific?
Bit less unspecific. Wait, sorry, the double negative is confusing me. Do you want me to be more specific?
All the leather I have is cured, so what do you want?
I don't think it matters too much what animal it's from.
Okay. I can... Oh, let's see. I have been going through some deer, I think. If you don't need anything exotic, I think that's the easiest I have on hand.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Okay. So you only need scraps?
Yep.
Okay. How about 1 gold piece for a hand of scraps?
I give him like a look.
You would pay 1 gold piece for 1 scrap of prepared leather, so to give you perspective.
Sorry? Could you repeat that? I missed it.
For 1 piece of spell component prepared leather, you would pay 1 gold piece.
Yeah, but there's a spell component prepared leather. There's just some fucking trash.
Mm-hmm.
I think about the big cell that I just made. I'm like, alright, I'll let this guy rip me off a little bit since I'm also coming ahead here and I flip him a gold piece.
He offers you a bucket full of leather scraps, and you can grab a handful out of it.
I grab a handful.
Give
How many is
me
that?
roll 2d10 plus 10.
2d10 plus 10. 23.
Yeah.
Others.
Yeah, 23 whole other pieces. Oh, prepare.
Is 1 piece for 1 charge of the spell?
Yep, but we'll need to get it. If is in character. I catch myself there. I'm like, yes.
Yeah. I didn't say it in with my accent, so I guess it wasn't.
Okay, so out of character, yes, but we need to have it blessed first.
Mm-hmm.
Get the war machine going.
Hell yes. Yeah, I toss him in
I
my
think
backpack.
Ruben's probably a bit confused, but he's normally a bit confused when they're dealing with like markets and cities and stuff like that. Like he's not really sure how the whole this human trade thing works.
Yeah.
I looked
He's,
through and this didn't really go how I expected either. Because I see him looking confused.
okay. I am actually this place is I'd say significantly better than the inside the cities. Is smells a lot more like nature.
It actually smells kind of disgusting.
Okay. Still, but slightly more like nature. Still,
If your understanding of nature is like the smell of animal pee, then yeah.
right, Ruin smells and tries to identify the smell of the animal's piss, or like what animal the pee is coming from.
All sorts of farm animals, probably.
Okay.
Now that
He's
we're sorry.
no. You can go on.
Now that we're at the edge of town, would probably be the best time to go for some exercises.
Yeah. Let us go.
Yep, when we head to the edge of the forest-ish.
All right. Where is Kitty's score roll? Oh, I wrote it in secret. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't. We're still waiting for a roll.
So you're running with Kitty, or what's the first game to be played? And who lets Kitty know that it's playtime?
I look to Ruben. I say, so does Kitty want to play catch bird first or run first? I think run would maybe be better. If we catch the bird later, we could eat the bird. We could end our playtime with a good meal.
Sure. A like slightly scratches the cat on his like back of his neck, and like in Elven is like, my companion, are you ready to play the games? The human wizard has said he wants to play some games with you today.
Kitty is like making some noises, stretching.
Okay. The kitty
What
will
game?
be ready. He asks what game you want to play with her first.
First run game for a couple of minutes, and then after that, catch bird game.
Okay. I relay that to the bird to the. It's a lot of animals going around to the cat in Elven.
Maybe later.
He goes. It appears she doesn't want to play the game. Do you want? Then I ask the cat, if it wants to play the catch bird game instead.
What bird?
No,
What bird?
I don't know.
Sorry, I don't. Sorry.
Yeah, you see Ruben gonna be like, and in comment turning back to you, she asks what bird.
I suppose finding the bird is half the fun.
You see, Roof and you feel it, and Usma, you see that Kitty is like poking its head out of the head and lurking over Reuven's shoulder, looking into the
boy.
distance.
I like. We can find the bird together, my companion. In Elven, she says.
Psst,
Let us find the bird and then catch the bird. How
psst,
about that?
psst.
Is the cat doing bird noises this time?
Oh, the cat is telling you to shut up.
Ah, okay. I interpreted the ps as okay. Looking back, I see it wants me to shut up, so I shut up.
You see kitties looking in the distance, looking at the trees, probably.
Oh, I want to see if I can spot a bird as well. Then
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Let's see, they both intently stare into the forest. Can I also roll?
Yeah, sure.
go for it.
Wow.
Ooh,
Uh, everybody sees a bird. Kitty jumps off of Reuven and sneaks into a tree, disappearing basically instantly as it crosses the tree line.
I assume it wants to play, I guess.
It's doing
yes.
something.
It's his turn, I suppose.
Are you doing anything?
I just stand there with Ruben.
Okay. Uh, there's a long, just standing there, nothingness. And then a few minutes later, you see Kitty returning from the forest with a surprisingly large bird in its mouth. Bird is like flapping one of his wings.
Wait, the bird's still alive?
It's flapping one of its wings. You can interpret this any way you want to interpret it.
I look surprised at the kitty.
Yeah, Kitty comes back and like puts the bird on the ground, and the bird is like trying to move, but obviously one of its wings is broken. And then Kitty says, "Catch bird."
It has got a bird. What
I
did
looked
you want to do?
I looked through and wow, that's quite the proficiency. My
Yes.
turn?
She is very good as Roman claps.
I
Kitty
suppose
looks
my
at her
turn
and
now?
says, "Now time for hit bird," and then it starts smacking the bird around on the ground.
Max,
Just
Max, Max.
needlessly torturing the bird.
Jesus. I guess I watched the kitty tortured for a while before I go play my turn.
Kitty's content with smacking a bird around on the ground. This goes on for
Yes,
quite a
maybe.
while. A few minutes
Maybe
pass.
like, sure.
Reuven is sitting next to the kitty,
Yeah,
clapping
Ruben
his...
is very
Good job,
content
Kitty! Good job!
in like just deepening his connection and there's a good word for it. I can't remember it. It's just like rapport with the cat. Just sitting down next to the cat, having fun with the cat, learning its movements and
Mhm.
how it does things, and hopefully eventually they can have like a better understand like the ultimate like the goal would be to like be have a better understanding of each other, so it'd
Mhm.
be a better like uh usage in fights, I guess. Or not even usage is a good word, but like they'd have like a good better understanding of each other. But that's like
Your
a
bond, cat, right?
Yeah,
Better
bonding.
Yeah. Yeah, you watch the cat as the cat like very elegantly smacks the bird around that is unable to fly. Like the bird tries to get on its feet, run away, and the kitty just jumps on it, pins it to the ground, bites it again, lets it out again. Doing cat stuff.
Jesus.
Beauty of nature.
I think I misinterpreted what catch the bird game means. Literally means catch the bird.
Well, what were you going to do, Uzma?
I was assuming that we're just gonna be bringing back dead birds.
Well, to eat, you can, but clearly she enjoys this more.
Sure, that's fine by me. Now that I see that the kitty is content with it, I consider, do I really even need to go out and catch my own bird?
Maybe.
Do I see a bird right now?
Yeah, sure. There's birds around.
Yeah, I'll catch my own bird. I walk into like 70 yards of one. I try to get to 70 yards. I
No
try to
problem.
sneak like elven cat.
You try to sneak like the elven cat.
I
You
try
are
to get into
extremely
70
sneaky.
yards. Hell yes. Then from 70 yards, I'm gonna blast off a magic missile on one bird. I don't want to do it on like some big crazy bird. I'm just looking for like a
Yeah, like some
normal
random
bird.
bird that's hanging around a tree. Slightly smaller
Yeah.
than the one that the elven kitty has caught.
Yeah.
Roll me damage.
Is it 1d4 plus 1?
1d4 plus 1, yeah.
I think Reuven like directs the cat to Uzma, who I'm assuming did not do a good job in actually hiding.
No,
He's like, look,
he's
the wizard
clonking
is
through the forest,
Yeah,
stepping on
look.
every single tree branch.
Exactly. Look, the wizard is catching a bird.
Kitty looks around and sees the wizard sneaking into the forest, and then firing a puny magic missile that kind of explodes the bird off the branch.
Oh, that's a W in my book. I go collect the bird.
There's not much to collect from the bird.
Wait, I don't think magic missile like explodes that way. It's kind of like a throwing dart. It just kind of like goes through.
Magic missile is force damage, and you
Yeah.
just force damaged a bird with 1 HP with 5 HP force damage. That's just
Yeah.
shattered the bird.
Just-
Like there's a sack of feathers on the ground.
Okay, well, for comedy purposes, I go grab some feathers then.
Yeah, you can pick up the bird, but like every single bone in the bird's body is broken. It feels like a
Oh,
clump of goop more than a bird.
okay, I pick up the clump of gloop.
Hmm.
And I run back to Reuben.
You probably see the two of us, like the cat and Reuven, like chuckling to each other or like laughing.
I'm pretty elegant, right, for a human? Don't you think?
Do you present you catch bird to the kitty?
Yeah.
Yeah. You put the bird on the ground, and the kitty like sees the new bird on the ground and starts like hitting it and notices this bird feels like really funny if you smack it around, and it starts smacking around this bird as well.
Yes.
Um,
Pretty good, right?
After like a few hits on the goopy bird, like she accidentally hits it hard enough to rupture the skin, and the mold intestines of the bird fly out. Kitty looks slightly confused. Bird broken.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Yes, the bird appears to be broken. Your strength is you're strong enough to destroy a bird.
Wizard Bat Hunter.
What?
Yeah, I know. But
Catch
he
bird.
tries.
Catch bird. Flapping.
Hmm. Right.
Wizard catch bird. Broken. Not good hunter.
Yeah. We are the best hunters. Ruben kind of turns back to you, who's always like, we are proud, as you say, of your hunting. You are a good hunter for a human, for a wizard human, definitely.
That's quite the elegant blow. It's the no chance before my might.
Mm-hmm.
True story.
Old story.
Well, Kitty is done playing and sneaks around your feet, Reuven, and says, "Get food."
Sure. Let us. Do you want to eat that bird? Do you want to get that bird, or do you
No,
want? They say yes or no.
no,
Okay, that's fine. I think we. Is the bird like hobbling around, like with a broken wing still?
it's kind of dying on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. Ruin will do the like. Honorable like the merciful thing of putting the bird out of its misery and giving it like a very basic burial
Okay.
and the not like elven rights essentially to forest animals.
Okay.
And then I guess did we have no turning back to I guess he started talking in elven to you Uzma, but then he like realizes catches himself goes yes Uzmar, do we have anything else we need to do? She is hmm, would like some food.
We should, I guess, head back to the tavern. I don't think any of this was anything that we had to do.
Of course, but it is fun, no?
Yep, but yeah, we're free to go anywhere we please, I believe.
All right, let us go then. He like reaches the cat to like climb up himself again and gets ready to set up.
Yep. Kitty climbs back up, curls back up in your cape, and goes back to napping probably. You notice like some tiny bits of bird goop on your cape.
Mm, that's fine. It would have been there anyway, probably. Eventually, it would. It's just like slightly more goop than normal, but I feel like Reuven isn't too put off by that.
It's fine. Totally normal. Alright, you head back in town. Are you going back to the tavern or doing anything else? It's still in the morning.
Wait, it's still in the morning.
Sure. You got up,
Yeah,
you
we're-
went to the
It
market,
happened kind of
and
fast. I'd imagine selling weapons probably takes some time. No.
yeah, but like 30 minutes, and then walking through the city for 30 minutes, playing with Kitty for 30 minutes. It's still
So the kitty's hungry for no fucking reason. We just had breakfast.
Right. It's a cat, dude. It's a cat.
We hit the cat.
Like, come on.
the
It
kitty
might
also
be
just
like-
had a perfectly fine bird presented to her and didn't eat it. So
Right.
Was it
You got any
perfectly
more of
fine
your
bird?
food?
now it's sleeping again. So maybe Kitty's just strange.
Mm.
Kitty's just kidding.
I looked to Ruben. Have you considered joining a guild?
He kind of like raises his eyebrows. He's like, "I a guild." And he like scratching his chin. That is, I one of your human like clans. No, it's
Uh,
weird.
yeah, something like that. It it seems that our world here is strongly restricted by, or your opportunities in this world are strongly restricted by which guild you're a part of. And when you're a part of no guild, there's a lot of these benefits that you really don't get to enjoy. I was wondering,
Benefits. I I have not. I do not feel I am missing anything.
hmm, maybe so, but I feel like there's some things of this forest that we've encountered, like the strange plants and the alleged fairy dragon that Hancock spoke of,
Yes,
that I
the
would like.
dangerous plants are definitely something we need to look into. Is we required to purge from these forests.
Yeah, these are something that I'd like to look into. Though it is my understanding that the guild, I mean the library here in Llobet, is restricted to guild members only. There's 2 libraries specifically. Um, Now you know that a lot of people view you as the legendary Goblin Slayer. It's um, it's possible that you might have some fans in the Hunters Guild here. Um, I'm sure if it's not too much trouble for you, we could we could maybe buddy up to one of the Hunters Guild members and gain access to their library that way.
Hmm. Kind of like considers your words and like, yeah. hmm. Okay, I can attempt to talk with this about the plant problem and such.
Yeah, I'm sure the topic of library access will will come up at some point. Initiating the speeches with concern for the forest is probably good. I think that's a mutual value that you hold with the guild.
Hmm. Still humans? I do not know how much they could value these forests. They are still just humans. I do not think they are could possibly value. Do I have heard of them as them being well? I'm not sure if they are so different from other humans, but I guess for you, Uzmar, I can go and talk with them.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
He nods. Okay. When do we go? Where do we go?
I guess we could head out right now.
Okay. Do you
Unless
know
there's,
where they are?
I believe we passed the Hunters Guild when we were headed to the leather works area.
Okay. I do not know these flags or signs or
Mm.
anything, so I am actually quite um, not understanding of human cities. They are I get lost very often.
Mm. That's understandable, but we should find our we should find our way. And I start walking towards the
Yep.
place.
Do you want to take a quick break?
Yep,
Sure.
that would
Yep.
be perfect.
Okay. It's like 5 minutes break.
Cool.
I'll be right back.
All right, see you.
Brrrp.
5 minute break. 2 more hours.
Hours? How long a break?
5 minutes break and then 2 hours. You ready?
Better go to the bathroom.
Or
Well, you didn't clean the stove.
oh yeah.
And the baking soda.
Oh.
There's pizza down there. Stuff in the freezer. Got a microwave. Those are yours, not mine.
Oh, okay. I guess so. Oh,
I mean, I'm making 15 fucking pounds of baking soda.
wait, what? What? What?
It's missing.
Oh, what's weird? So pretty good. No. That's good. Gotta be.
I'm back.
Shut up.
You're all back? No.
Maybe Ozma isn't? Or Rogan, are you here?
Nope.
Yes, no.
It's only you and me.
Do-da-da-da-da. Heyo.
Ooh, really? See, pour this guacamole sauce all over this pizza.
What?
Ooh, that
Guacamole.
sounds both delicious but also disgusting. Sounds just
It actually, I mean,
blasphemous.
it tastes really good, and I'm trying to use quote unquote healthier pizza habits.
Hi.
Hey,
Yeah, I thought it would be kind of weird doing it, but then I ate it and I'm like, wow, this is actually pretty good.
What's actually pretty good?
Guacamole and pizza, particularly Papa John's pizza.
Guacamole. 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 Have you seen that Vine?
No.
No,
Wait, what? Guacamole Vine.
I never watched Vines at all.
Wait, this is not the Vine. This is a video.
I think my mom knows more stuff, more about that stuff than I do. What this?
Dude, Vine was the best shit ever.
Anyway, back to the game.
Alright, let's go back to the game. You approach the Hunter's Guild's building.
Cool.
There's this big banner outside, a
Oh, wait,
green
I'm not
banner with
there.
a brown bow on it. Very symbolic.
Is there someone like outside, like one who's supposed to take on like visitors?
Oh, no?
I guess to start, do I know at all how like what are like the etiquette customs of a guild? Like, is there some sort of meeting room where people outside of the guild meet like guild representatives?
I think you have never been in a guild hall, so
I've never been in. Okay. I looked through it and I'm like, alright, this is gonna be a first time for both of us.
Okay.
I opened the guild hall door, assuming it's open.
yeah, it's open. You enter into this forum region, like it's like a big open room. There is a reception desk. Some flowers in pots on the side. There's a beautifully crafted carpet on the ground with the guild logo on it. Some portraits at the walls.
Reuben walks in with the stride, with his back and held straight and head held high. And he's looking around, squinting slightly.
You don't spot anything suspicious.
Okay.
We walk to the receptionist.
Yeah. There's a person sitting behind the reception desk, looking up to you, and says, "Hello. How can I help you?"
Hi. We're travelers who have spent the last few days in the Llobet forest. We'd be curious in talking about potentially problems. We're not exactly sure if they're problems, but things we've seen in the forest. I believe this should probably be the right place.
Have there been any monsters spotted? Any? If
Actually,
you can
yes.
give me a yeah.
So there's a couple of things. Assuming, or my understanding is that fake creatures are common in the forest. So
Commonish,
not too much mind on these. And there were these thorn slingers started to grow again. I'm not sure if that's a problem. And what was most peculiar was, sorry?
Not a problem for us, no?
Okay, there was this...
I guess Reuben, stops in, is like, looking, has scanned the area, squinting around, like, now steps in between, or like, next to Uzma, is like, the infestation of these, non-humanoid trapping plantoid creatures is not of your people's problem. It is not considered a problem for you.
Most of the things that go on in this forest are none of our problems. The fake creatures keep most of the problems at bay.
I see.
If they have allowed the plants to grow for now, then they have allowed the plants to grow for now.
I give Reuben like an affirming touch of the shoulder. And I look back to the receptionist. There was this seemingly peculiar group. There were kobolds in the forest.
That's an oddity.
Yeah. I look to Reuven.
Okay, you like you see him after he was like the woman talked back, and he's like he like kind of turned back or like sideways back to you, and like under his breath muddled something, probably an elven of like typical humans, just not caring about their environments and just so something along those lines, just muddled
So
under his breath. But then
even
I
though
guess it comes back to you.
even though Osmar doesn't know Elven at this point, after traveling for a couple of weeks with Reuven, typical humans is a phrase that he recognizes.
Most likely, I would like just the expression. Yeah,
The
yeah.
person behind the desk looks at you and replies in perfect Elven.
Oh boy.
Okay, what does he respond? Ooh, no one's talked to.
She responds in perfect Elven and says
Ooh,
something
okay.
along the line of, "We care about these forests quite a bit, but we also respect the creatures who live there."
Ruben is definitely like shocked like back with his like eyes open. He like turns immediately back to her. He's like, "Huh." And it's like it'd be quiet for like a few seconds of just like staring back at her, not in like a threatening or aggressive or just a pretty neutral way, but just kind of like stares at him, stares at her,
This
and
person was human, right?
Yeah.
okay, huh. And then I guess in Elven replies at least the first sentence is like, so that is what you think. Still looking quite like neutral, not. And then knowing that his friend is beside him, going back to common, a human, is so well. Not talking about these plantoids, the, the infestation of kobolds is not a problem also to you as
Is
creatures
there
of
infestation of kobolds? Then this would be a problem we would be interested in.
I
uh,
don't
So,
think it's likely that there was just one random pack of kobolds.
why not?
Why would there be? How would that be possible? How would one kobold group alone travel to this area of the woods? Mind you, it wasn't like some offshoot in the western area of the woods where maybe some kobold from the hilly
I
area could have.
suspect that they weren't in the western area. If they were in the western area, they would have been dead already.
Sorry,
Yeah.
is the western area where Deepwood is?
No, Deepwood is in the south.
Why would you expect them to be dead by the western area?
Uh, there's a clan of centaurs living there.
Oh.
I don't think they look kindly on kobolds. It's hard enough for humans to live on the western side of the forest, but we have our arrangements.
Sure. I look to Reuben, thinking like, how much do I want to give away?
I guess
I look to Reuben's hood, and then I look back to Reuben.
Ruben's probably not too. He like looked at you for a second, but then just turning back and like still pretty mostly focused on this woman. I think listens to you two talk, but then like just steps in with another conversation of is a completely different direction of going. Your grasp of the Elven language is quite, uh, as you say, excellent, at least on
Well,
human
thank you.
standards. Where would you learn this? In here, and he gives you like gestures to either like this gesture isn't like specific. Is it either like just this room or this city or this continent? She's probably not sure, but he's just gonna gestures like here. How would you? Who would teach you this? Like so, looking
The
very interested.
the Hunters Guild and people of Llobet have always have a strong connections with your people. And as a representative of the Hunters Guild, one of the main receptionists, it's my duty to speak all the languages that are common in these areas.
I see.
And we are the one guild that happens to have a common occurrence of needing Elven.
The woodcutters don't need it.
What did you say?
The woodcutters don't need it.
They do as well. Nobody else does.
I look to
I
Ruben.
see. But again, how you have learned this quite well. Has someone teaching you this?
Of course. My father has taught me.
Runa's eyes definitely slightly flick towards her again, or like scanning her again, just making sure she's definitely not like a half elf.
No.
Goes, and your father is?
Name something. She gives you a name, doesn't tell you anything.
Huh. It is so. Do most of the people in your guild speak as good of Elven as you?
No. But most of the people in this guild. I mean, there's a few half-elves who speak Elven as well as I do. But most of them are not
Ah,
too much into talking, let's put it like this. So
I see. Ruben probably freezes at this for like a few seconds, but then, like thinking everything through, he's like, the like judgment of her has definitely gone up in his mind as he like steps back for a moment. He's like, and we have been rude with my friend.
racist
I
Rufen
am,
at it again.
yeah,
I give Ruben a weird look.
we have been, we have been rude with my friend. Uh, I am Ruven of the Vindrakla, and this, like turning to with a gesture to Ozma, is and then gesturing for you to say your name.
I wave my hand, Osmar. And I kind of cringe at this awkward situation.
Yeah, it's just how Reuben operates, bro.
It's just normal there.
And then there's like a not as deep bow as he's done to like the other creatures of the woods, but a slight bow, nod of the head.
Welcome to the Hunters Guild. My name is Arya. How can I help you?
Does she see the cat as Ruben nods his head?
No.
Yeah, so probably Reuben, the first time you did the like the eyes of looking in the hood and looking back, you understand he didn't see that. So you can go for, you can try that again, or it's up to you. And she said Aria, right?
I look back at the representative. The ongoings of these woods are of great interest to us. For me, out of curiosity, for my elven friend, out of feeling of home. I'd humbly request a day's access to your wizard school library to hopefully read up a little bit of the ongoings of the forest.
I can forward your request. This has to be answered by somebody higher up than me. Outsiders' access to our libraries is very restricted, as you must understand.
I understand. I give her a respectful bow.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
So, you have not. So, you do not. You leave. See the blantoid problem as not that important. I can understand that. But these kobolds you have not seen before. As you know, with a bit more seriousness, but a bit more.
As I said, kobolds are a oddity. It's rare that they venture into the forest, but it happens. Most of the time they get stomped. Appears like you have caught them in a different part of the forest. Why exactly did you run into them?
We run into them in the eastern part of the forest. We were on our way from Nolly to... No, wait, were we? We're on our way from Lani to Llobet, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Somewhere like in this area.
Yeah,
we're
something like
pretty
that.
close to Llobet.
Pretty
Okay.
pretty central of the forest, a little bit east.
How did you even find them? Like, did you travel in the night? Or...
I looked to Ruben. I'm not sure if he wants to reveal this.
Ooh. Reuven's probably. He's pretty young, so he's pretty impulsive. I'm gonna make just a roll. I'm gonna do a wisdom roll, with the success being that he doesn't mention the cat. Okay, yeah. He goes. I am been in contact with the, as you say in human, the dryads of these woods, who I spoke to as of this.
Which one of them? It's rare that we hear something from them.
Have you talked to them as well?
Not personally, but I know about their existence. We know about their existence.
Can I make some sort of like asking for the name seems slightly sus to Ruben, so he would like to do a just look at their face to gleam if this is any sort of
Give me a charisma check.
any sort of like threat or not, to see if there's any type of
Yeah.
Nothing.
It seems like she was just interested in knowing.
okay. Then Ruben will go. Her name was Arya.
Oh, that's funny.
Yes.
My father has named me after her. That's what he told me, at least.
How cute.
He met her
Is your
shortly before I was born. rarely that they talk to someone, but then again, they more often than to humans they talk with elven kind.
Have you been in contact with other elven kind?
Uh, the occasional elf comes by. The occasional half elf comes by. My father is an half elf, so yeah.
Ah, I see. And you said your father had contact with uh, Arya the Dryad.
Yeah, he met her like a few times. I have never personally met her, but I rarely go into the woods myself, so.
Hmm. Uh, a half elf who was talked to with the Dryads. Do you know why he was talked with?
The Dryads. So, I mean, some people allegedly know where they live, so they can talk with them whenever they want. But most of the time, they reach out and try to get you to help them. I think that's how my father met her first. Some
I see.
problem with some strange, oversized wolf or something. I don't exactly know.
Hmm. If possible, I would like to one day, I should say, talk with your father. Would that be um, possible? He sounds very interesting.
You see, like her face gets a shade of darkness over it, and she says, "Sadly, this will not be possible."
Uh, yeah, Ruben's not norm. Yeah, okay. Ruben also slightly gets a ah. I see. And then just there's a respectful like elven, not as greeting, but as like in the human lands, you'd probably say some sort of religious greeting of a religious saying of "May his soul rest in heaven." It
Yeah.
does the same in like elven and in like what would be an elven culture. So probably something like "May his soul rest in the great trees" or something. Say something like to the effect of that in elven. Uh,
As you, I assume you like say this and you give her a bow or something like this.
yeah, yeah.
Uh, as you say this greeting and bow slightly, you feel like on your back something is moving, and then you hear, "What great tree?"
I like look back as the cat like poked out.
Not yet,
Okay.
but like you see, like Arya is looking slightly confused.
Ah. Uh, I look around. Is there anyone in this room besides us?
Maybe some elf hidden behind something that, but other than this, no.
Okay, so so unless there's someone hidden, but I don't visibly see anyone in the room. Okay. Uh, he's pretty confident that he'd see at least a middling. He'd see a hidden person, so
Yeah.
he trusts that there's no one hiding, and will with this interaction having been slightly more looking more fondly on this human, she Reuven like reaches back from his hood and like reaches for the cat, and that kind of puts it to his chest and scratches him.
Cat looks
Scratches
around
him.
and says, "No tree."
Hmm. Yes, there's no tree here. I was just saying a saying. Sorry to confuse you, my companion.
The cat looks around and like tries to get off your hands.
Sure, I'll let the cat go.
Cat jumps on the ground and starts running around, looking at things. Arya looks at you and accidentally switching to Elven says like, "Is that an elven cat?"
He breathes in deeply with a. Uh, yes, it is. I would, as you say, appreciate it if you did not tell it to tell it to others. I understand that as you of if your father was of half elven blood, it is still that you are at least in some way part of my kin. So I hope I can trust you, but I have heard of humans not being very kind. Uh, so I have, especially wizards, and does like a very, very slight side eye to Uzma, but continues on. Very, very, very slight. And he's like, I would hope you can not tell others.
There's many things in these forests that we know about and don't tell others. Not everyone understands what these forests mean to the creatures that live in there. As you see, the cat's running around and has jumped on the table and is like, there's like this vase on the table with some flowers in it.
Oh no.
I would like to go and see if I can get back the cat.
Yeah, no kitty, no.
Yeah, you quickly move over and pick the cat back up. It's like clearly thinking about something while looking at the vase. As you look at the vase, you see like there's pictures of birds on the vase. And
Oh no. Looking at the
Yeah,
bird.
I get the cat back, go back to the counter. Will, I am extremely saddened that of your passing of your father. I am sorry. I then it is, and then he just looks at Uzma. What is there something else we had?
Um, I believe she already mentioned that she'd be putting her word forward. I hope that our pleasantries give some sort of boon to this. I thank you for your kind reception. I
you're
don't think
welcome.
I have any further. Oh, if you get an answer back from your higher ups, you can send a message as we'll be staying at the Llobet luxury lounging.
Okay, I will forward a message to them.
Yep, to the name Osmar and Ruben.
I have memorized your names already.
Wow. Well, awesome. I give her a smile.
She smiles back at you.
Yep, I turn around and start heading out, taking in the scenery of the guild hall as I leave.
Yeah, the guild hall is quite. It's simple in style, but nothing in here is simple in make.
Mm.
Like everything is expertly crafted. There's simple designs like etched into the wood, but the etchings are very extremely well done.
Mm.
As I said, the carpet is extremely well crafted. The reception desk is made from a single piece of wood, probably. Everything in here is extremely high quality, and
Nice. As we exit the door, I look to Ruben. That went pretty well.
You see, Ruben's probably a bit. His dreams of talking to a half elf at least have been shattered, so his happiness has slightly gone down. So he's just normal. So he's no longer super chipper, but it wasn't like. But he's also not sad. So he's been pushed back to normal emotion. And he's
I
like,
hope you'll. I hope this encounter will encourage you to keep a more open mind about humans. We're a bunch that aren't easy to generalize.
that is true. I have seen this, and I am beginning to understand slightly more.
Postmar seems very happy at this.
from the back of your cape comes a voice again. Get food now?
Maybe we can find our what is name Az, and go pick up some of that, some of our leftover rations.
Yeah.
Alright, you head back into town and try to find Wiglaf, who is probably still sitting somewhere around the temple. Is this true? Or did you go somewhere else?
I thought I was just kind of scouting out, the place.
You wanted to walk through the city.
Yeah, kind of taking the sights, listening to people. If they're talking about anything in particular, maybe perk up a bit more about maybe some rumors of maybe what people saw in the night or any sort. Yeah, whatever. Might be enough.
Yeah, you walk through the city. First of all, the one thing that you notice, which is extremely odd to you, is that basically almost everything is made from wood. Like, how silly does someone have to be to build all the houses out of wood? They will just burn down instantly. Like, this is stupid. Yeah. Also,
do I know any oh, sorry.
I will just ramble on and then you can ask me afterwards.
Go ahead.
You will see the two guild halls, the Hunter's Guild Hall and also the Woodworker and Forester's Guild Hall. The temple you already visited. You come by the Llobet Council Hall. You came across the marketplace. You get into some, seems like more a residential area, which seems to be like the poorer part of town with smaller buildings. Seems to be like the cheap side of the town. There's a few inns there. Also, in this part of the town is also the military security guild's barracks. You come across the strange building that has been. It's a very large, a manor building that seems to have been burned down in one part, and then the other part seems to have been restorated.
Interesting. Does it look like there's work being done on it right now, or?
Well, there's no work done at the moment. Curiously enough, there's a guard stationed outside the door.
Okay.
Or some person with a spear and a tabard and a shield. Yeah.
There's some background.
Yeah. Can you put on push to talk something? All right. Yeah. I think that about sums up what you see in town. Hello?
Hello? Is anyone?
Sir?
Broken seem to be typing
Mm-hmm.
in Discord.
Testing. Oh my god. Hello,
Okay.
I'm back. As I was saying, I'd like to walk up to the guard and speak to him about the burned down manor and what happened to the place and if there was a family involved or, anyone died. Blah, blah, blah.
This seems to have been burnt down like a long time ago.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay. So you said the whole place is made of wood, or most of the city is made of wood?
Yeah.
So I would probably be more used to like the Barrios place where some parts are made of stone, like better reinforced, that sort of thing. Would I know any particular strategic value of why they would make it into wood in the middle of a forest? Or such a flammable area?
Probably the reason why they make it out of wood is because they are in the middle of a forest.
Yeah, makes sense, yeah.
Just it hurts your dwarven soul, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, probably used to mostly like being around stone or whatnot. Did I pick up any rumors or anything? Like the peasants were talking about while they're out, I don't know, working or talking or anything, or like.
Give me a wisdom check. Let's see how good you can pick up random stuff while you walk through the city. Yeah, you get like about the same idea that some people are like talking about. Have you heard about these strange lights that are in the night and that Pater? Let me check his name. Pater Peril. He has been putting word out that you should report anything strange to him, so he can look it in. Look it up. Look
into it?
Yeah,
look into it. Yeah. That's like the one rumor you pick up, and then the second one is like people just talking about this strange situation with the commoner council woman moving in with Mercurio, the merchant.
Did I get their names, the merchant names or anything?
Yeah, Mercurio is the name.
Oh, sorry. Could you spell that for me?
Mercurio.
This is why I hate English. It's fucking spelling.
Mercurio isn't even an English word.
I was going to say, that's not an English word.
Yeah, I understand, but just a concept of like, because in Estonian, there's no such thing as like spelling bees or whatever, because 99% of the words are spelled exactly as you pronounce them.
Yeah, there's like only one pronunciation for each letter, no matter where it's placed.
It's boring.
But wrong. Yeah, I think we head out to the tavern and we're gonna
we must
we're gonna
go
speak to Mercurio next, or his lackeys.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to we'll just go back to the tavern with
What time is it now?
It's getting
Still
like
probably
early afternoon, maybe. Walking through the town takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
You're looking at stuff, so.
When we reach the tavern, do we see Corfin there?
No. Coffin's not at the tavern.
Let me know whenever I get to the tavern, unless we all get there at the same time.
You will get there. Yeah, I guess you will get there first and then
Okay.
do whatever you want in the tavern, and then Ruven and Osmar will return.
Yeah, I'll wait for the group.
Ruben will probably around and take that 0.9, or like take we have 1.9 rations. I'll take like some of it, so it's left of just one, so the math is simple.
Mm-hmm. And offer it to the cat.
With me. Yeah, I'll just have it with me for the cat, and occasionally, just like sneakily, I'll just place a bit of meat on in my hood.
Yeah, the cat will not eat it.
Okay, that's fine. I just have it in like in a pouch in my hand, as I'm just carrying it around.
Yeah.
I guess I'll eat it as well. Just have snacks.
You want to
I
eat
think-
it?
Sure, yeah. It's like I'm assuming there was like just a bunch of the 1.9. I just took the point
Sure.
0.9 of just having a sort of like a popcorn pouch for just
How
a tourist.
how much do you
Tourist.
eat?
Just a snack, so not enough to like fulfill me, I guess. But just it's a snack.
Okay.
I'd say Ruben keep all the rations all by are they walking his wig up already eating?
Yeah, Wiglaf's probably sitting, he's probably not eating anything. He's just waiting for you guys.
Yeah, so as I walk in, see Wiglaf there. Are you in the room or in the common room?
I'm in the bar area,
Yeah,
the place
as
we
I
were
see
hanging out.
Wiglaf there, I give him a nod. I say lunch.
Yeah, I'm not too hungry. Ran into a few snags and didn't get the information I needed. But everything seems to be going well. We'll be heading to the tower anytime soon.
Wait, do I feel hungry?
I mean, it's been like what, 6-7 hours since you last ate.
Yeah, so I walk up to the tavern keep.
Mhm.
Like lunch for one.
Yeah, sure. 5 silver, please.
I give him 5 silver.
I'll give him five silver as well.
Yep.
Sure. I guess I will. Walking into this with my like snacking on a piece of meat. Like okay, I guess we're doing this. I also take out 5 silver, I guess.
And you get like a good meal. There's some fresh cut venison, simply grilled. Good food. Kitty definitely wants some.
Yeah. I'll probably like just try to, as I'm like in a corner huddled, I'll like just cut a piece and then just kind of do the thing of like I'm reaching into my mouth, but it goes past my mouth, and I just put it in my hood.
Give me a sleight of hand
Yeah.
check.
True. Yeah.
How different
What
does
is
an
sleight of
elven
hand?
cat- How different does an elven cat look from like a normal house cat? It's like a bit bigger, right?
It's the same size.
No.
They look, on the first glance, they would look the same.
What's the roll for sleight of hand? I'm assuming
Just a
it's
dex check.
dex. Okay. Oh yeah, 31.
Wow.
Bigly.
Wow. Nobody notices.
21.
Except for the cat, because the cat gets the food.
Oh yeah,
Also, cat
Wiglaf
sees
wants
everything.
yeah. Wiglaf wants to feed Zool some of the meat that he has,
Okay.
if Zool will take it, and also give him some water from his water skin.
Yeah, you can feed Zul as well.
Smart is eating with like his fork in one hand and his head buried in his other hand. And he's just disappointed in his friends feeding animals in such a nice place.
Zul is also probably not in the room with you. Zul is probably with the donkey in the
Oh well, I'll probably
parking
give him-
stable outside.
Yeah, I'll probably like go out and feed him, stuff. We're not in the forest, so we're still in the city.
Okay.
Keep walking up back and forth between the bars. It's like, okay, eat most of the food, go out, feed it to Zool, come back.
I look to Wiglaf like, would it not be better to just eat first and feed your pet later?
That's what I corrected myself to do. I did. I eat the food mostly and then go out and feed the rest to Zool.
As we're eating lunch, I ask Broken about his AM. How did the morning work for you? Did you find anyone in the temple?
Yes, I found maybe one of the priestesses or priests that were there, but they couldn't help me with any of the particular strange problem that I seem to have. I couldn't seem to contact my god or even feel any of their presence inside the temple. So I figured there was something going on. So I decided to leave and maybe do this sometime later.
I give a shrug and continue eating.
So where are we going next?
I believe next on our list is go to talk to Mr. Millionaire guy, Mercurio.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly should be an easy place to meet, but I don't think we'll be able to. I don't think we'll be able to get a audience with him, but hopefully some representative of his.
Do
Though
we
who
want?
knows? Rich people work in mysterious ways.
True.
You think Mercurio would answer to us, knowing that we're part of the Royal Council?
Um,
Well, not part, but a hand of the Royal Council, so to speak.
yeah, he seems, what we know of him is that he seems most curious, or he seems to enjoy buying curiosities. Something that we should bring about is that we are tasked with discovering undiscovered curiosities. Should at least align us morally. Um, Hopefully give him a incentive to invest in this project of ours.
Do we not already have that your girlfriend in Barrios?
Right? I don't believe. What are you talking about?
Sixer looks at you. Like, is that not? Did she not give us my as you say investment for us giving her all the stuff we find?
So are you talking about Reina?
Yes,
I think you
in
misunderstood our relationship.
is she not a young woman? Is in human it is girl and a friend.
Smart
Is
kind of gives up a blush and says, "I suppose."
yeah. The Ruben says that with a fully straight face, seeming completely being in. It's just a language barrier. Maybe.
Sure, but you usually wouldn't want to start a large project with only one investor. I believe we've committed to selling her magical possessions first, but there might be possessions that she is unable to purchase for their high price, or things that she simply just isn't interested in. I think we could.
Okay.
I think we could do with the extra contact.
I am. It's just I wanted to make sure we are not lying. So, but I dressed, so I am fine.
Yes, I would never lie to a man this rich or a merchant this helpful.
Do we want to try and sell the kobold thingy?
Um, if he wants to buy it off of me, I'll sell it to him. I I reach my hand into my pocket and equip the amulet.
It's hard to equip the like it's made for a kobold head, so
Oh, I
Uh,
wear it as a bracelet then.
yeah, that works.
I do that after we eat. Actually, I don't want to be getting my food messed up.
Okay. So party heads out to meet Mercurio the merchant.
Mm-hmm.
Amen.
How do you find his manor?
Didn't we
I mean, it's the largest manor. It's kind of burnt. It has like a big
It's a
hole in
large
it,
tower.
but yeah.
We'd have to wait until like
No, I asked Tavern Keep. I talked with him earlier about it. I'm like, so where's this Mercurio's manor?
You head past the market and up like the small hill. He lives on top of the hill.
Right. Thank you. Any you think I'll die if I go talk to him?
I think you will not talk with him.
That's fair. But hey, what's life without, trying?
Sure, try your luck.
Yep. I walk out with my party, equip my bracelet.
So I just
Tell
wanted to test something.
Mhm.
But we think that the rumor is that Mercurio might, no, not Mercurio, someone in the city is a necromancer.
No,
That's
not
the
this
rumor.
city, in Port
Oh,
Breen.
at Port Breen, right, that's it. And they deal with Mercurio, correct?
No,
They don't.
they might,
Well,
but that hasn't. No one has alluded to that.
right. No, I'm not saying that's what that is happening. It's just I thought that Mercurio was a contact with necromancer in some way. Anyway, that's fine. All right, let's go.
Mercurio seems like a nice guy.
I love crazy rumors.
Yeah, crazy people.
I kind of know what I said, and then it's interesting to see what happens like a
Yeah,
week
I'm
later.
trying to do the thing. My brain is not working properly. I'm just gonna pull off some bullshit spells to be like, haha, nothing's working.
Okay, so you're heading to the necromancer Mercurio.
Shut the fuck up. We head to
Yeah.
the High Cleric Mercurio.
High Cleric Mercurio, alright. You arrive at the building that Wiggler was at before. Strangely enough, there's a guard outside of the door. This is the first guard outside of any door you have seen so far. Not even in front of the council hall has been a guard positioned. There's occasionally guards walking through the streets, but not any guards outside of buildings.
We slow down our walk then, and wave at the guard.
This is like the guard is standing at the door, and from the door to the street is like a pathway that's like 50 feet or so, and there's a gate. So you can approach the gate, and then you have to stop anyways.
Yeah, we approach the gate and wave.
The guard walks halfway to you and then stands and asks, "Hello, what brings you to our estate?"
Greetings. I've heard stories of the owner of this estate being a man interested in curiosities unfound in common parts of the world. We have been tasked by the Royal Council itself to investigate what Asturia holds to the east. We feel that there must be some agreement that we could make that would be mutually beneficial to both parties. What that is exactly, I'm not sure, but I wish to discuss this with a representative at least.
The guard is like shaking his head, slightly confused. It was too many words for him, and says, trying to sell something?
Not to sell something, to build a contract for a long-lasting relationship.
Okay, let me fetch someone for you. The guard turns around and goes to the door and opens the door, goes inside, disappears from view. Nothing happens for the next few minutes. You're just standing on the street. Is anything you want to do while you're standing on the street?
I
look nervously at my party members.
Well, maybe they're just taking too long to get through this very large manor. I'm sure it won't be too much time.
Obviously, but they're not going to be coming instantly.
Do you think that, we will be rejected because we don't have any particular things that Mercurio might want?
No, I think a shrewd investor understands understands angel funding.
The door opens back up, and out comes the guard and a very well-dressed man who approaches you and says, "Welcome, I'm Arnold. I'm the head butler of the estate."
Greetings, Arnold. I'm Osmar. I speak on behalf of this small little traveling party of ours.
My dear colleague, and he looks at the guard aside, has said that you are interested in contracting with my lord.
Yes. We're travelers, you see.
He looks at you and says, "Yeah, I see."
Traveling to areas unknown to man. I believe this is something that your dear lord is known to be curious of.
Continue.
We've been tasked by the Royal Council to go beyond the gate that protects us from the insectoids of the Eastern Lands. We're not exactly sure what to expect or what we will find, but from the quest letter that we gained from the Queen, it seemed that the greatest of curiosities, both material and intellectual, reside in this land. We, however, are a fledgling party. We do not possess the resources or the ability to make such a grand journey just yet. We're looking to have our earlier days funded in exchange for preferential treatment on further findings. I believe the risk for this would definitely be high, as it could be that I'm nothing but a rambling idiot who will get himself killed in the next following days. But a wise investor would be foolish to ignore the potential rewards that this might reap, especially when you'd have as much cushion as you guys do.
You seem to understand the predicament you are in. Why would anyone believe that you are anything more than a rambling idiot, as you put it yourself?
I have a letter written by Councillor Septima. I could present this to you as proof.
I think it's on the donkey. I don't think.
And you are heading to the east to find anything else but death and destruction?
It is not known what these lands hold. But as I'm sure your manor is aware, there has been a great increase of divine powers in these lands.
Divine powers?
I assume you've heard.
Heard about old stories?
You or your master have yet to see a cleric.
A cleric?
Wiglof's going to look up to Usmar and he's going to try and sneakily put his hand over his mouth, like, I don't think they know about any of this for now.
You were
I don't
trying
think-
to say you are anything but a rambling idiot, as you put it yourself, and then you start
Maybe,
rambling and idioting the next minute.
maybe we should prove it to him.
You almost smiled. I looked to Wiglaf. I nudge him. Not now. This secret held from most folk. I had presumed that you guys were more in the known. I'd be able to prove this, though I would prefer not to do it here in the middle of everywhere, and I look around.
Yeah, this is the middle of everywhere. There's people all around.
Do you think that we could have some time in your manor to prove to you that these priests with these magical powers are around?
I would have to discuss this with my dear lord.
Never mind.
Most of the higher up guild masters seem to be aware. The royal council knows of these happenings. It seems that your seclusion, as it brings you great security, has also left you left you a little bit dry on information. We'd be happy to be your eyes and ears out in the world. Though, of course, I grant you as much time as you want to ponder and consider.
I will
The offer.
relay this information. Where could we find you?
We're staying at the tavern here in the Llobet luxury lounge. You can write to Osmar.
Okay. I will relay your information and your request, I guess.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else you need, I wish you a pleasant day. And
I wish you the same.
Yeah,
I
he
give up.
gives you a small bow and looks back up, turns around, starts walking to the door, stops, turns around, and waits.
Leave.
Yeah, you turn around and leave, and as you leave, you cross path with a group consisting of a young woman, a slightly older man, and a guard dressed in the same clothing as the guard in the front of the door. And they enter into the building. They enter into the estate, get greeted by the head butler, and then enter into the building.
I look kind of weirdly at them.
Yep.
Oh, that was probably. Oh, you think? I scream out. Is this the Lord himself?
You scream to whom?
I guess actually I probably don't. No, I take that back. I don't want to bother them. I don't think this is my place.
I mean, this is like a 20-something woman, 30-something man, and a guard.
Okay, so if it's 30-something, this isn't the same dude, but the 20-something woman might be the chick. No, I think I'm just gonna wait for them to write to me. I don't want to intrude.
Okay.
Well, it seems we're just going to have to wait to see if we get get that audience that we need.
Yep, we can kill a couple of days here. Could we go to the tavern? I need to speak to you in private.
Sure.
Right, we head to the tavern.
Okay.
I drag Wiglaf to my room.
Okay.
And I say, hey,
Coffin is also back at the tavern by now.
we'll
Okay.
go speak later. I'm gonna need more of that plus leather. I
Okay.
have some leather scraps. I open up my backpack and I start tossing them at Wiglaf. Like, could you bless these for me?
I only need one bless for all of the leather, or is it individual blesses?
One bless for 2 strips of leather.
How many?
And I give him like 20. I give him 23 strips of leather.
I feel like this is a bit of a pack mule sort of thing. I don't think Wycliffe's God is going to like that.
You don't have to bless them. Actually, how much do you want? How much could I give you? How much can you? How much
I
could you
could,
bless
I could
today?
hypothetically bless them all, like within the next however much time it takes me to prepare my spells, but it would take days for that to happen. So like,
Okay.
I can
But
only bless 2
just
right now.
beware. Just beware. Make sure that you're never without spell slots. Okay. If the Lord of the Manor that we just spoke at ask us to prove our claims, I don't want to be in a situation where we're not able to do it on the spot.
Well, I also have vials of my holy water, and also my. I can't show. I'm not gonna show them that. Never mind. Holy.
I think the most clear demonstration of your powers would be healing a wound. I'm sure one of their servants would be willing to cut themselves for the whole situation. So just make sure that you have one healing spell prepared at all times.
I mean, yeah, I guess I can always do that. I already have one. I have a cure wounds plus. I'm sorry, cure wounds plus, and
Yep.
All right.
Other than that, you can always do whatever you please.
While they were, Uzma dragged Wiglaf off. Reuben probably went beside the coffin, sat down.
Mhm.
And was like, we had. How did your day go?
Oh, fine. I checked out the local mining guild office. Got some interesting informations. Apparently, the construction crew to repair the mining platforms is already on their way. So, I guess a few weeks from now we could potentially travel over there if you want to. Other than this, everything seems to be calm right now.
Okay.
Checked out some
We
books.
also.
There's not much of interest about these forests in our library, I think. It's not surprising.
Yes.
Looked at some books about like earth elementals, so there's no mention of rock elementals, so I guess it wasn't an elemental that we encountered.
That's very interesting.
What did you do during the day? Well, you can small talk with him.
We went to this weird human. What is called again? It's a word you just said. Guild. Yes, this organization, right? Of the, I think they were called the Hunters. And we went to talk with them. They were quite different from normal humans. I
Oh
would
yeah,
say.
they are different.
But they seemed well. We only talked to one woman, so I cannot say everything about them. But the one woman seemed quite nice. They spoke Elven. Can you believe that?
It doesn't surprise me. There's a few people who speak Elven around this parts of this kingdom. I guess the highest rate of Elven speakers is probably in Llobet itself. Yeah.
I have a cool spell I could use on Mercurio.
Then we also went to the old man, the rich man, as they say, house, and Uzma talked to their some sort of servant. It was a weird conversation.
Okay. I think so, yeah. Now that you mention him, I talked with our guild secretary as well, and he said, as I say, very strange situation. The guild has at some point tried to talk with him. It's never possible to get any audience with him unless he invites you to his house. It's the strangest hours. Must be a really strange guy.
Yes.
They're kind of upset about the connection between him and the Commoners Council.
Ah, I see. I've heard. Yes, human politics. Apparently very complex.
Less complex than you think, but stupid at times.
I think Ruben stays talking to Coffin about stuff. Maybe he orders himself. Yeah, he probably doesn't order himself any drinks. All the drinks here are shit.
This is the one place where you can drink elven wine.
Ooh, he might try that. Not now. Maybe later. When he
2
can
gold
really
pieces
enjoy.
for 1 glass.
But he probably realizes the worth of gold. Not like really, but so he'll just have some water for now. Do they have like cold water here? With like ice cubes?
Yes, they do. You don't get the water with ice cubes, but the water is cold when you get it.
Okay. Then he'll just drink water. Yeah, they continue chatting. Ruben continues chatting with Coffin just about maybe their experiences as
Just small talk
non-humans.
with Coffin about like how you think humans are weird, and Coffin like kind of thinks that he's weird as well. You can all meet up in the hall, I guess, in the common room. Grab something to drink, grab something to eat. Is there anything else you want to do before you go to bed?
What time is it?
It's evening.
Well, there's probably something. I guess if there's nothing else, we could just play cards. I did buy a playing card set with my starting gold.
Ooh.
So if there's nothing else that we can think of.
Yeah, you can play cards if you want to.
Weakmuff is going to just go, do we have a horse brush? Or like a donkey brush or mule brush or whatever?
You don't know.
Damn it.
But you can probably go to the stable, find out that there's a stable boy who's brushing down the horses that are located here. Probably
Also,
going to brush down the donkey when he gets to him.
Oh. Also, are there brushes for like owls or birds or anything? Do you
No.
people like for large birds? I didn't know.
Birds clean themselves.
That's true.
Horses also clean themselves, but the way how they do this is like by throwing themselves in the ground and dusting themselves in, which is not really what you want as a human, but
Yeah. I guess I'll just go pet Zool and then, pet the donkey and then go back in, talk to Usmar and be like, the group in general, be like, hey, I think I have a spell that could probably, pique Mercurio's curiosity. I was thinking about reading his history, like just instantly with information I can get. It's a strange spell where I can read his personal information, like if I know his name or if I know where he's been born. His true name. Sorry.
Sure. I think a couple of things. I think firstly, I don't think you should be casting that on him. I think he deserves his privacy. But maybe on like one of his guards.
Well, it's only with his permission. I'm not going to do it without him saying it's okay.
I feel like even asking would be offensive.
Well, I guess we'll see whenever we get there.
I would highly it would be, I'd be glad if you were not to even suggest reading his history. Maybe say that you're able to, and cast it on one of the guards. But I lean in super close to whisper to him. Obviously, your healing magic is what sets you apart from wizards.
Do you know any wizards that cast spells to learn factual information about people they've never met before?
Yes, there are quite a few spells where you can pry into someone's memories and from there gain their personal information.
Well, this doesn't use people's memories. This uses just, I get it, like a snap of the fingers. But,
Yes,
I guess like take some
you
real
could
mind out.
gather that information through wizard spells.
You can gather that information without spells.
That's true.
Yes, but I thought it would just be weird if I were able to do it, like, on a whim, without
My
using it.
friend, the most I understand you're new to this thing. The whole world is. But as someone who has experimented with magic before, as someone who has read the previous great wizards, never in my life have I heard of anyone being able to cure wounds. I think if we want to make a strong argument, we want to give a proof, there's nothing better that we could do.
But I think speak to animals is only a priest thing, right? That's pretty funny.
I think that would merely encourage their belief that we're just a bunch of crazies.
That's right, because if I'm speaking to the animal and they're speaking to me, nobody else is going to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
But it was still.
I think there's a simple problem which doesn't need to be overcomplicated.
No, I don't think it's complicated at all. I mean,
Yep.
it's either, well, if the personal reading thing doesn't work, or well, I guess it's no different than having a wizard spell. They can do the same thing.
Yep.
I was trying to think of something that would be like more interesting than just curing wounds. But I guess if that's the one thing that's the most interesting, I guess I'll just
I understand if this is not a complicated spellcasting process for you, it might feel uninteresting, but for the entirety of this land, for everyone who has ever studied magic, that is the most curious thing you're able to do. That anyone is able to do. Please do not undermine this ability.
Okie dokie.
Anything else? Are we passing the night?
I want
Yeah,
to
good.
play cards against Corfin and roll in check, see if I win.
Okay.
I'm gonna go up to my room. And I'm going to pray to the god.
Here's mine.
That's-
Alright.
I think you already
Jesus.
won, unless Coffin was a 20. Where's Coffin? There he is. Yeah, you win. Good job.
Get fucked.
You're playing like some obscure human game that Coffin has never played before, and you win. Good job. Good job. Yeah. You go to bed.
I pull the
pray.
ace from extra dimensional space.
Wiglov goes to pray. Kitty and Reuven mess up the room once again, which has been reset during the day.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. And everybody can go sleep. Are you hanging out in the common room for long this night, or are you going to bed?
I think I'm gonna go to bed pretty early.
Okay. Yeah. You all go to bed.
Before I go to sleep, I cast my Expeditious Retreat, so I don't need to cast it in the morning.
You cast Expeditious Retreat. Roll me a dex check.
Fuck!
You accidentally run into a wall.
Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. I'm probably like trying to sit down on my bed, but like I just zoom into the wall. Jesus Christ. And then I just after hitting the wall and falling flat on the bed, I just stop moving. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
I'm staying here.
That's gonna be 3 long minutes. Yeah. Okay. It's nighttime. Every one of you roll me a d20.
Jesus Christ. Nice, me
That's
too.
an 8. Nice.
Okay. What's Coffin's perception? Is the real question now. We all roll shit anyway, so it doesn't matter. Coffin, what's your perception? 7. Okay. Alright. Nothing happens. It's the morning.
We awake, not dead.
No one's dead. No. You don't see Coffin, but
I assume I don't
I mean,
see
you wake
anyone.
up. You wake up. You are not dead.
Yeah.
Everybody else wakes up and is not dead.
If I have spells left over from the day before, do I have to use them and then recast them, or just?
You keep them in your memory until you use them. If you want to swap them, then you have to cast them.
Okay, I got you. I'm not gonna swap anything so far. I'm just gonna put something else on my. Hold on, I'll get to it. Just get to everybody else.
First thing in the morning, I guess Reuben goes to Uzma. Probably forgot to remind Uzma about it, but he just barges into Uzma's room. Like, probably knocks, but quite. Probably more rudely than not rudely.
Alright, let him in.
Comes into your room and like picks up the cat. Is like, do you have the magics?
Yeah, sure. I wave him in. I close the door. I say sit, and I gesture to the carpet. And I go cross-legged on my bed. I open up my book and start preparing spells.
Mm-hmm.
Prepare an armor and a spider climb. And I
Mhm.
cast armor on Reuben.
He'll want to. He would probably like want you to cast on the cat first, to at least try. I think he would raise that as more important. But you can like veto
I
that
wonder
if you
how
want.
that works. I guess after preparing, I'm like, alright, Reuben, ready for your armor? And then Reuben.
And he like kind of has been like, you know, scratching the cat and just kind of holds her up. He's like, can you cast it on her first?
I try to reach for the cat, see if I can get my hands on the cat without the cat, like, scratching me.
Um,
Can we attempt to have the cat? How? Yeah.
I say, Reuben, can you tell the
cat
cat
like
what's
avoids
happening?
your hand.
I
It's doing
look,
cat
Reuben,
movements.
can you tell the cat what's happening?
Okay. Yeah. I'll sit next to Uzma on the bed with the cat in my lap. I'm like, and the cat, I say in Elven, I'm like, our wizard friend, the human wizard friend, is helping you with some magic. Would you let him touch you?
Human bad cook, bad hunter, bad wizard.
But I
You think?
no, I think he's actually a pretty good wizard. But he says
Good
that in a
wizard?
low voice, even though Uzma doesn't understand what he's saying. He says that in a low voice. I think, I think he's actually a pretty okay, a pretty good wizard. I trust him.
Kitty looks back at Usma. Usma, give me a saving throw versus spell.
I don't know what my thing is, but I'm rolling 1d20. That's probably not a pass.
That's a fail. So what's your plan with? What are you thinking about at the moment?
I think I want to pet the cat a little bit to see if it kills me or if it tries to attack me, and then assuming it doesn't, I want to cast armor on it.
Okay.
Did you want me to cast Bless on anything else this morning while we were preparing our
Leather
morning
strip.
time?
I gave you 20 or something.
Oh, right. I mean,
You don't have to do them all.
I casted 2 last night, and then I guess I'll cast 2 this morning, and then I guess reslot. No. I only cast 2 last night. I don't think I'm gonna.
We can do the math a little bit later. Let's just
Yep.
handle this elven cat situation first.
Okay.
Elven cat looks at you and then does the cat equivalent of shrugging its shoulders and jumps out of your lap, Reuven, and sits before Usma.
Alright,
Looks at him.
I don't know how do I say this in English. I not rub, but I like pet the cat with my thumb on its like head area, see if it doesn't attack me.
Cat just sits there and lets you pet it.
Okay, and then I cast armor on it.
Okay. You
No,
cast
I'm
armor on
alright.
the cat.
Alright, Reuben, I believe you're next. And I'll need a second. And I start preparing my second second armor.
The cat turns around and looks at you, Reuven, and says, "Bad wizard."
Really?
Bad spell.
Okay. Okay. Well, did it not work? You think?
Same size. Not work.
That's
I think Ruben said last, like, but do you want, I think he can turn you into a bigger size too if he wants to, but he didn't do that this time. If you really want to be bigger next time, maybe we can ask him.
That'd be crazy.
I say, bad wizard. Bad cook, bad hunter, bad wizard.
Okay. Let's
Kitty sneaks around the room, checking out the room that it has not been in before. Crawls under the bed.
Oh boy, what room did the cat go in? It's not mine, was it?
No, it's Osma's room.
Okay.
Alright, assuming nothing happens, I get my second armor.
Mhm.
Cast it on Reuben.
Yep. You can refresh your armor spell.
sweet, yo.
And then I shoo them out of my room. I'm like, alright, you're done. And I start preparing a read magic.
Is your thingy still like a 9 HP or worth of?
Yeah, I've never taken damage.
I mean, it's still.
You haven't leveled up.
Right.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
double
yeah,
HP,
level
yeah.
up.
Oh, that's true. You have more than 9 HP now, right?
Yep. It's fine.
It's fine.
You'll level up soon. You only need 1 point, right?
2, right?
Yeah.
It's level 2, 2 points. Oh, it's only 1 point?
It's
I
2
am level
points.
1.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Yeah.
But we're pretty sure you got
Yeah,
1
I
point.
feel like
right?
1. Alright, I have 1 blessed leather left. And my prepared spells are now read magic and spider climb.
Okay. So how many blesses does Wiglove use in the day before, the night before?
I only used 1 for the night before because that was the one that I had left throughout the entire day.
Okay.
And then I'll use Bless again this morning, and that will be 2 more leather strips of
Okay.
Bless.
So that's 4 more level strips that you can hand over to Osma if you want to.
I thought I already did that. Yeah. 4 blessed leather strips. Blessed leather strips.
All right.
I also
Nice.
have no spell slot for that. Can I slot something because I didn't know I was gonna have to do this twice in a row.
You could have learned Bless, used it, and then learned Bless again if you want to bother your
Yeah.
deity, or you don't.
I guess I'll have 3 slots.
It's
in
not
that.
bothering deity. Duck is gaslighting you.
It
I
is.
don't know.
That's
I don't
literally
know.
what
Maybe-
priests do, okay?
Yeah, maybe it's just because wizards are better. and clerics, because they get the magic from themselves, and clerics have to rely on others. Yeah.
There's
Well,
different schools of thinking about these, yeah.
I'm basically a cleric of Reynard.
Cleric of Reynard, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'll relearn blasts for the morning. I'll have inflict light wounds and cure light wounds, and then ugh.
I don't know this spell.
Trying to think of
Invisibility
something.
to undead is the last spell you wrote to me.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. I'll have that.
Okay. It's always good to have invisibility to
Wait,
undead
no.
when you are in the city.
Wait, no. Hey, you never know. We might be walking into a necromancer.
Oh,
Sure.
actually, can I change my? I'm gonna instead of read magic, I'm gonna have gaze reflection.
Okay.
Also, I
Just
have
in case this
ability-
guy's a vampire.
You think gaze reflection works against vampires?
I think it does. I think it's in the spell description.
Sure. If you think so.
I think it doesn't work versus Medusa. Any gaze attack such as that of a basilisk, eyes of charming, a vampire's gaze.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll just have 2 cure light wounds. Never mind.
Okay. Alright. It's breakfast time. You had a breakfast. Coffin is also alive. He didn't get murdered in the night.
Great.
You can have breakfast and then do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna go give. Well, I'm gonna eat most of my breakfast and then give the rest
I
of
wanna
it.
ask the. Sorry.
Oh, I was just mentioning how giving food to Zook. He's been popped in that freaking cage.
Turns out that the owl does not like porridge with berries.
I know he wants meat. I was trying to figure like if they had any meat. Can I order meat for him?
There's
That'd be
not
good.
a breakfast meat, but you can ask for like some meat and buy it and feed it to the owl. Yeah,
Yeah. I think I'll do
it's
that.
gonna be like 5 silver extra.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just give him some meat. Yeah, buy meat, give it to him.
Also, everybody remove 1 gold piece.
Do we move it? Do we want to move it from the donkey sheet part, or do we just use all our? I have 1 GP.
I'm removing mine from the donkey sheet.
Okay, I'm gonna put my leftover gold that I have on the donkey sheet, which is 14 gold.
Can you take it from everyone then? Let's just do 4.
Okay, I'm removing 4 from the donkey sheet. There.
So Wiglaf, you didn't have to pay either.
No, the 14 gold is for like community gold stuff. So I'm just gonna give it or put it on the donkey sheet.
Don't be too worried about like what gold is whose. We only have 1 coin purse and it's the party purse, okay?
That's why I said it's the community gold and not my gold any longer. I'm giving it to the donkey.
Every gold piece is community gold, even if it's on your sheet.
That is not true.
Well, then I'm rich.
All right. Here we are, breakfasting away.
I wanna.
No messages have arrived for you so far.
Fuck.
Yeah, we didn't exactly give the minis.
I gave him a place and a name.
How long do we want to wait and stay here?
At least a couple more days. I don't see why not.
Is there anything you want to do during these days, or should we fast forward through the days?
Can we think of anything?
For personally, Ruben's probably gonna go in the woods with the cat, and they're gonna like train. He's gonna get some like training arrows, maybe, or like non. Just like rather than actual arrows, get like sort of sticks type things, like shoot with a bow, or like just arrow shafts, and then just train with the cat, and like have him run around. He's like shooting the bow around, and do like training exercises with the cat for a couple of hours a day.
Okay.
Like,
I'm gonna go. Fuck, I'm so scared. I'm gonna go talk to Corfin
Mhm.
in private.
Okay.
There's this one pissing contest that you
Wait.
won.
Are you talking to Corvin in private, Wiglov? Are you doing anything during these days?
I'm going back to the temple. I'm going to see if I can get any information, just anything else. I'm not really going
Okay.
to do any praying in there.
All right. Then we will go day by day, I guess. So day one.
Oh wait, fuck. Never mind. I don't do that.
You don't do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Then
fucked up.
you fucked up. Okay. Did the wizards want to buy Identify?
I think Corfin already has it.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Corvin
I think
knows Identify.
the success of Identify is 10% multiplied by your level. So I think getting it before level 4 is not really too useful.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So Reuven goes into the forest to train with Kitty.
I'll try to start pick up Gnomish with Corfin. I'll ask him to teach me some pronunciations of words that I've seen in the text that I've read.
Mhm.
I'm like writing them out, and I'm like, how do you pronounce this?
Okay.
Getting started on my next language.
Okay. You're talking with Corfin. Corfin has finished his projects that he wanted to finish. He's eager to experiment with the stone, I guess. But since you keep him busy, he has no chance of blowing the tavern up. It's a good thing. And Wiglaf goes to the temple. Wiglaf, you're going to the temple. What's your plan this time?
I'm going to get some information on like what. So like what are all the no? Are there any unknown deities that anyone generally worships, like minor deities that anyone might know in the temple? Maybe a high priest would have this information in some sort of religious text or something. Maybe like it's in some offshoot of some other main religion or something. I'm trying to just gather more information about the local religion, local population.
Okay.
I mean, I know about the three major ones. I wanted to know if there were any. If there's anyone that is worshiping any other ones.
So you head into the temple and you're trying to get to the Pater Primus?
Yes.
Okay. How are you trying to get to him?
Well, I guess I'll introduce myself as Weekloff. I was part of the hand of the Royal Council, and I was wondering if I could have some information on the ancient religions that might have existed at some point that have kind of died out, if there had been any, and maybe I get like a list of the deity names that people used to worship but they don't worship now, unless the church doesn't have that information.
So you approach the temple and say you are part of the Royal Council?
I'm an associate of with the Royal Council.
Okay.
Asked to do a particular job, but
you go in there, you approach the first priest you see and talk to him that you want to talk with the Pater Primus. Is this what you're saying?
Yeah. Weekloff wants to talk to the main priest in place, see if he has any information on ancient religions or forgotten.
Yeah, he's not here right now.
Do they know when he's going to be back?
Maybe later.
Okay, I'll just hang around at the temple for a while.
Okay.
Just kind of like wait until the primus shows up, and I'll just kind of like politely sit in one of the pews if they have any. Or
There's just carpets on the ground.
oh well, I guess I'll be in one of the outer carpets and then just kind of patiently sitting, waiting.
Which one?
The bottom right.
Which carpet? This one. It feels extremely uncomfortable.
Okay, all right, hold on.
You're not even sure, but it's even more uncomfortable than the last one.
How about that one?
It's still uncomfortable.
God damn. How about that one? I'm just gonna go around this.
Actually, that doesn't feel so bad.
Okay.
This Seems like a place you could spend some time in.
What about that one?
Worse, but not as bad as the other ones.
What about that one?
It's getting worse.
That one?
Slightly horrible.
Oh god. Alright, I'll just stick over here.
Okay.
That must look really strange. This guy walks up in different praying spots, like, ugh, starts feeling bad, a little bit worse, much worse, go back.
Sitting there, you actually... Are you praying? Or you're just sitting and waiting?
Well, I guess it's mostly in meditation, like maybe, you know,
Okay.
thinking of, like, just kind of like the events of the day. Maybe I can get some information on, you know, like I said, just any ancient information, particular of
Okay.
ancient religions and
So
stuff.
you're like sitting there contemplating. And
Yeah.
in this place, it doesn't feel like everything's uncomfortable, so you can sit there and contemplate, which is a okay time. Yeah, I mean, you're still sitting on a carpet on the ground, but at least it doesn't feel like a shithole carpet on the ground. It's just a normal
Yeah.
carpet on the ground. Yeah, you sit there and you wait, and you can wait for hours if you want to.
Yeah, I'd like to get more information on, you know, ancient religions and stuff.
Okay.
And,
So you're sitting there. Which direction are you looking? Are you looking into the temple or at the wall?
at the wall. I
At
feel
the-
like my God wouldn't want me to. I feel like my God wouldn't want me to be like shown in the face of the other gods, as though it's some sort of like respectable thing to them. I don't know how it would feel about the other gods, and didn't really say anything other than he wants me to eradicate the undead. So I'm gonna face against the wall or toward the wall.
Okay. So you're looking at the brazier that's standing in front of you.
Yeah.
Okay. You sit there in silent meditation, contemplation, and after you don't really know how long, like quite a while later, somebody steps up behind you and says, "You wanted to speak with me, my child?"
Oh, yes, yes. Hello, Father. What was his title?
Pater Primus, and his name is
Okay.
Peril.
Primus. Would it be Father Primus, or would it just be Father Peril? Peril, you said?
Father would be like your pater or something like this would
Yeah,
be the
yeah.
honorary title for a priest or a part of the clergy, and he's the highest one, so that's why he gets the primus at the.
Right.
But
So
you
I would
don't
just
speak Pater Primus Peril, you would just call him Pater Peril or Father Peril.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, makes sense. All right, I thought the Primus had to be in the title. All right.
No.
Yeah, I just kind of nod to him, like, oh, hello, Padre Peril. My name is Wiglaf, and I'm from I'm from Barrios, the capital of these lands, I think, or something, or out to the east. And I was wondering if you had any information on ancient religious texts, or you know, long forgotten deities. I guess you could say, divinely inspired to look up this sort of information.
How have you been inspired?
In my travels, I had been getting word from, you know, special, you know, like I mean, as I pray, you know, to the gods, of course, I've been getting word, these sorts of feelings that I need to get more information on the different know-abouts of different religions, so especially those that have gone underground or faded away through history because people have forgotten them.
Give me a charisma check.
Nice.
Woo!
What did you roll? 29.
Yeah, 29.
That's quite good.
I'm trying to be vague enough, but you know, a bit informative enough to like, you know, not really give myself away.
As you say these things that you say, you see like that Peril is like trying to keep a expressive face, but it's kind of obvious that he's trying to be unexpressive. And he says, this is strange things you're talking about. What do you mean with forgotten religions?
Well, I figured that all of the gods that most people worship today, everyone knows about. But were there ever gods in the past that anyone knew about that have been long forgotten, or worshipped less, or became more of cultural phenomenons or myths?
If they have been forgotten, then they have been forgotten quite rigorously. We don't have any texts about other gods. We don't have stories about other gods. There's just the trias and the concepts. They have existed from the beginning of time.
If I were, let's say that the triases have been the only gods that have existed. Let's say there was information on ancient religions or texts that might have been just lost to time, or even to existence. How would one go about finding this information, like here in the world?
I think he doesn't know. Let me check.
I didn't know if like the head priest would know something like this.
Oh, so close. Sadly, I have no idea. But I'm still curious. How would you describe your inspiration? Have you had someone talk to you? A mirage appearing in front of you? Dreams?
Yes, I've had these strange dreams. I figured the gods have been giving me these. How times get tough. Life gets a little rough, and sometimes you get a little stressed out. You might be dreaming of strange things, but I believe the gods have been, talking to me. And I was wondering if you knew about any of this information. And I'm not gonna I'm not gonna show him my holy symbol, but I'm going to tell him about the owl, the faceless owl, skinless owl, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to go into huge detail. Like I'm kind of skipping most of like very important parts of like the things speaking to me directly, but and like my ability to heal people and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to freak. I mean, I already freaked somebody out in another town, another place, but I don't want to do that now. So I'm just kind of going over the vague details of the darkness, the mist. Some owl was there. Just seeing. Just it sounds like I'm talking like just someone saw a bird in their dream. Dreams are weird.
Have you ever seen other places in your dreams? Maybe a forest glade? Have you seen other creatures?
Yes, Padre. I have seen a number of creatures, particularly of the non-living variety, being attacked by these these foul, putrid creatures in my dreams, of course. Do you know anything about this, or these sightings, or
Yeah, you get like this feeling of slight disappointment crossing his face. He says,
do I get that he wants more he's trying to pry more information? Like if I'm being too vague, or he's not, or he's just disappointed because he doesn't have the information that I'm like he doesn't he wants the information to give me, but he can't give it to me.
you don't know.
Oh, okay.
Just somehow slight disappointment crossing his face.
Gotcha.
He says, these are some strange dreams you have had, my child. I hope they don't plague you too much.
Padre, do you have any dreams? Do the gods send you signs and word of their approval or disapproval as you preach to the masses here in the temple.
He turns around and looks at the symbols on the ground and then says, you know, the gods, they don't speak to us.
I just had an idea. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I'm not doing this in character. I was like, I wonder if I can contact any of the other gods. I have their names, right? Oh, okay, sorry, no, that's probably a horrible idea. Never mind.
I wish sometimes that they would answer, but as the saying goes, they work in mysterious ways.
Oh, I really.
Tell me, my colleagues have told me that you have been wandering through this temple until you finished your observation on this place, and he points to where you're standing.
Yes. And
Why?
I've been uncomfortable in a number of these prayer circles.
And this place is different?
It seems to be different. Yes, I'm the least uncomfortable in lying or standing in this circle here. Is that any sort of significance? Would you know any sort of information about that, or why I would be more comfortable sitting here as opposed to being more nervous or far more anxious or horrified? And I point at the circle that I was horrified in, or at least I felt the compulsion of being horrified.
Yeah, this would be this one, the bottom right.
Oh, okay, bottom right.
I think you never checked the one at the straight right.
Oh, I thought it was the top right that I was horrified in.
Oh, that's also, yeah. Okay. Both of them, yeah.
Yeah, I checked the. Okay, well, I guess I didn't check the bottom right one, but I did check. I guess I checked the top right one. So
I think you checked every single place except for the one at the top, at the exactly right, at exactly east.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just pointed at the ones that I was horrified in, and then the ones that I was more comfortable in.
Okay. He looks at them and then looks back at where you're standing. Gets somewhat uncomfortably close to you, and like closes his eyes for a moment.
Can I put my hand on him, like his shoulder, and try to give him what I feel, like not like by any sort of spell means, but like the essence in which that's kind of flowing through me, the magical powers of like that sort of.
It's gonna be hard for you to put your hand on his shoulders. That's a normal-sized human. You're a normal-sized dwarf.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'll put it. I guess I'll put it on his kneecap, or I don't know where my hand would be. Like maybe. Oh, hold on. I'll say, Padre, please give me your hand. And I guess if he wants to be uncomfortably close, I'll just let him hold my hand, and then I'll try and go back into contemplation, and then maybe he can feel what I feel, like some sort of resonance or essence or something.
He just stands there for a moment and then steps back, releases your hand, and says, I am very sorry, but I don't think I can help you with your quest, endeavor, understanding what's happening to you. Unless
Father Primus, there's one more thing.
what is it?
I can only show you this, but I'm going to need you to promise to not let anyone else know until the proper time.
What is it?
I was given an item from one of my dreams, and so I'm going to slowly pull my obelisk out, and also the wood, the bone thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm going to show it to him. Does this symbol mean anything to you? Some sort of ancient, long forgotten information. Hey, first of all, that was a lot of blood back in Port Bream, okay? That was a dumb Weegluff. This is a more calm and collected Weegluff. Feels like he's talking to the right person, or maybe the wrong person, and I'm a heretic gonna get burned at the stake.
He sees you pulling out your holy symbol from under your robes, looks at it for a short moment, then quickly looks over his shoulders and stops you from pulling it completely outside and puts it back under your robes.
Oh, so he knows.
And says, "You're right, this is not the right place."
What is it, Father? What? Tell me. What? Do you know anything about this? You seem to know what I'm dealing with here.
I have no idea what you're dealing with here, but maybe we can help each other. Meet me again, and he describes you a place to meet him. It's like the building next to the temple where his living quarters are. Meet me there at night after the sun has gone down. And we can talk in private. I cannot leave now here. He waits for a short moment to see if you agree or disagree, and if you don't say anything, he turns around.
Yeah, I'll just give him a nod in agreement,
Okay.
and then I'll walk away. I guess my job is done.
Then he turns around and goes and looks for someone else to talk to.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna leave the temple on the left side.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know if you heard all that. I don't know if I pressed the
Yeah,
button.
you left on the left side.
Okay. Oh, he didn't. I did. Did I? I didn't ask him. It's alone, right? I have to meet him alone. Like he didn't specify whether I could bring in.
It's your interpretation of what he said.
Yeah. Fuck.
He said what he said, and you heard what you heard, and then you do with it what you do with it.
Yep. Oh,
That's how this works.
I'm gonna. Okay. I'm gonna head back to the tavern.
Yeah. Reuven is out training with Kitty. Wiglaf, Corfin, and Usma are learning Gnomish.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, one of these days I'm gonna ask Usmar if he can teach me how to read.
Okay. Anything else you want to do today?
Can I wait? Do I know where Reuben is?
Reuven is in the forest.
Is he with the cat?
Yeah.
Fuck. Do I know where the cat and the Reuben is, or did he not tell anybody?
I'm going to be honest. Probably with how Ruben is, he's been getting better, but he probably didn't tell you.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay. That makes
he
sense.
might have mentioned he's going to go training.
Yeah.
I-
And even if you said, I'm going to the forest to work
Yeah,
with Kitty, this is like, everything's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
forest here, so...
Exactly. Like I wouldn't know
Yeah.
the first direction to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would I know where Usmar and Corfin are?
Where are they? Are they still in the tavern, just chilling there?
Yeah, we're probably in like my room.
Okay.
I'm guessing they're probably busy too.
Yeah. So
I guess I'll
Yeah,
wait
no
for
one
a
wants to
minute.
fucking talk to you.
Yeah. Yeah,
you
I'll
can
be back in
return.
the tavern.
You return to the tavern. Okay. Nobody's there to talk with you. You can knock at rooms if you want.
I'm very much. I think nervous. I think Weegluff is very nervous about like this particular meet, and he's going to talk to his party members to see if they can back him up, so to speak.
Okay. So you're trying to look for who?
No, I'm mostly just waiting for them to get their job, get whatever it is they wanted to get done, and I was going to speak to them about, helping me just in case things go sour with this meeting, because I might be onto something, like a lead or something, or maybe I can get more information in the roundabout way of, yeah.
Mhm.
My dog's going to go crazy here in a moment, just a moment, sorry.
So is anybody talking with anyone, or are we passing until night?
I think I'm just chilling with Corfin. At some point, we're gonna take a break from our studies, and I'm gonna teach him how to stretch his tiny gnomish body.
Teach
We're
him
gonna
how
do,
to stretch. Okay.
yeah, we're gonna do some stretching, and I'm gonna say this is important for your transmutation spells.
Okay.
Can't be too stiff in the legs, too stiff in too stiff in your shoulders. Have your shoulders locked up. It's not gonna be good. You see.
Makes sense.
For Reuven, probably in the afternoon area, ish. He'll probably training will probably end, and he'll walk back to the tavern.
Yeah. Uh, nothing happened to you while you were out in the forest, in case you were wondering.
Okay.
Yay!
You
Do I
rolled
see
exceedingly
waiting?
well. What?
Okay. Do I see Wiglaf waiting for someone, just nervously?
Yeah,
Um,
Wiglaf looks like he's got a twitch,
uh,
with his leg. He's sitting at the bar, a little nervous. He looks a little anxious, looking around.
Bucky was probably talking with you about, like, what's happening? Did you have the wrong mushrooms yesterday?
Oh, no, just in light of new information, it seems that my life is going to be very interesting tonight. Or at least I'm getting closer to the information that I wanted coming to the city.
Sounds like fun, I guess.
You have no idea.
Oh, I have a lot of ideas about fun.
Maybe that was a bit premature on my part. You're probably right. Can I? Nope, I can't do it. I don't have the slot. Damn.
Reuven probably at some point after that, you hear him or you hear someone step sit next to you.
Yeah, Wiglaf looks over and he's like, "Oh, Reuben, did your training go well in the forest?"
Yes, it went exceedingly well. We had a very good time.
Glad to hear it. I also gained some information about, and I point to my head, because as far as Reuben knows, I'm just having someone's talking to me in my head.
Yeah, he just nods. Yeah.
I also need your help. There seems to be someone who knows what I'm going through, and I'm not sure if this is some sort of ambush or I don't know. But you don't mind scouting out the place, before the whole meeting goes down, correct?
Hmm. Of course. Vigaf, you are a companion of mine now. He puts a hand on your pretty tiny shoulder, slap.
Yeah.
I will, of course, be where you need me to be. Do you want to talk?
Yeah, Wigoff puts his hand on, or tries to put his hand on the elf's hand, and he's like, "Thank you, friend. I'm glad you're here for me." Nope. I was just actually looking for ancient knowledge from one of the priests here in the town, and the primus, the head priest, Father Pat Pat Patel.
You should probably go upstairs.
Anyway, yeah, I'm doing all this in front of the bartender. So I'll just tell the bartender that good on you. I think we already paid for the day, and so I'll just tell Ruben to head upstairs. Oh, I'm gonna tell Ruben that I have the time to do it in. So where the building is, and next to the temple, and it's supposed to be at night. While we get to the room.
Okay. I guess Ruben asks you if you already told Uzma, or do you for some reason not want to tell Uzma?
Oh no. He wants to tell Usmar. He'll let him know.
Okay.
You can knock at the door and walk in on Usma and Coffin stretching.
Okay. Yeah, I'll knock on the door first.
I'll go open the door. As I see it's Wiglaf, I say, "Oh, Wiglaf. Hi, my name is Osmar," I say in Gnomish.
Wiglaf just stares at you like, like whenever a dog kind of cocks their head a little bit, and it's like, what?
I look
That was
back
quite
to,
good. You hear coughing from the background.
yeah, I almost smile. I've been learning Gnomish.
Oh, impressively smart. Always, new things with you when it comes to you. Very interesting. I was wondering, I have a bit of a mission for us to go to tonight, and I need your help with this. Might need some protection.
You, sorry, wait, what? I beckon him into the room and close the door. Wait, what's happening?
I spoke to the Primus here, trying to gain information on ancient religious knowledge, or maybe long forgotten religious practices and rituals. Maybe if they knew something about this voice in my head, which I didn't tell them about, they would be able to give me information on, what sort of religion people used to worship, and I could have a better understanding of, my powers.
So you want to learn about histories of the religions of the past?
Yes, yes. I don't know what the particular field is called. I'm not a very educated man, such as yourself and Corbin over there. But I think you're a little better than he is. Wink, wink.
How am I involved in this?
The Primus told me to meet him in a building at night. He didn't say alone, but he didn't say with anyone else. But I thought it was a little peculiar that he wouldn't speak to me in the temple. But then again, prying ears and eyes.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I don't think you have anything to be worried about.
Do you think I have your back on, just, keeping an eye out?
I could join you, though I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, you don't have to. I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything.
It sounds like, or I guess I don't know what kind of vibe the conversation they had.
Yeah.
So I guess yeah, sure, I'll join. I assume Ruben's also coming.
Yeah, Ruben said he was going to be able to join us. Well, join me.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, friend.
Bodyguard of a cleric.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
You almost smile.
Yeah, I'll tell the building and then the time that the priest told me to meet, or the high priest told me to meet.
Yeah.
I hope the high priest is able to read, because otherwise, your lack of literacy might be problematic if you're trying to understand ancient texts.
Well, that's why I have you, Usmar. I pat him on the shoulder.
Hope they're in Gnomish. I'll get some education out of this for myself as well.
Yeah, tomes of ancient knowledge. It's going to be hopefully rewarding.
Hope for the best.
Viglav, do you want us to stay back, as they say? Do you want us to be ready for ambush or surround the building as you go in?
I guess I would want you, my elven friend, to see if there's anyone in the room or the vicinity where, the priest is, if there might be more than just the priest waiting for me. As far as I know, it's supposed to be him and I.
Would I know from working at temples, do priests of opposing religions often have strong rivalries towards each other, or do they tend to get along?
There's no opposing religions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but different religions, they don't.
There's one religion.
Okay, different deities.
They are worshipped as trias.
Yes, I see how he's answering these questions.
Is there no do people not have preferences?
No, I get
They
shit
have
like,
preferences for specific reasons. Like if you were to go to war, then you would probably pray to the god of destruction. If you are praying that your child doesn't die, then you would pray to the goddess of upkeep. If you would pray for the passing of your grandfather, then you would probably pray to the concept of soul. This is like, but they are kind of equal in this sense. Like,
Okay.
there's one religion, and the religion encompasses the three gods and the two concepts.
But the okay.
Just like in Christianity, some people pray to a specific saint for a specific reason, but they're still all Christians, you know.
My grandmother's a Protestant, and she does not like Catholics.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
that's
Grandma,
but that's a
please.
different religion, you know. Like
Well,
they are, all Catholics are Catholics, and like in this sense, everybody who believes in the gods believes in these gods, and all of them basically the same way.
So there's no splinters or there's no different interpretations of the religion. It's just
There
it's the,
most splintery religion would be the favorites of Kaskatar, the bandit clan.
okay.
They probably pray differently, but they are also outcasts of society, so
Based.
It's
they
probably
would
not
murder you
Catholic.
by the basis that you are part of the kingdom, not that you believe in different gods.
Yeah, I was thinking like I guess we left just being allowed in the temple means he's probably part of the whole, some part of that. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll wait until nighttime, I guess, and then I'll head to the primus.
So how long do we want to continue playing? Because if we want to continue playing for a while, then we can take a second break now.
I
How
can
awake
take
is
a break.
everyone?
I should be fine.
I'm getting slightly tired, but I can probably go on.
Okay,
We usually play till yeah.
so let's take 5 minutes break and then continue until Rufin falls asleep.
That sounds
Yeah.
great.
Right on,
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Be right back.
Moving. I'll get some coffee.
Click, click. I'm back. I'm back, dee die. Makes no sense.
I'm back.
Hello, Beck.
I opened my window and my entire room is now filled with the stench of cigarettes. I guess someone's like smoking.
Awesome.
Ugh.
That's almost so entertaining. Is there anything better than ruining the air by opening your window?
Right.
I think this is peak civilization. Peak civilization.
Yep.
The invitation. What is the word? Invention. The invention of cigarettes has been like peak performance of humanity, probably.
Mm-hmm. Really, really been good to the entire world.
Imagine we would not have cigarettes. All the people would die from stress, I guess. Every single one.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We're just lucky that we have cigarettes. Oh, it's
Good.
time for a music change.
Ooh.
It's gonna be spooky music now. Spooky music, spooky, spooky.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm back.
Okay, we're ready to kill a high cleric.
We're gonna slaughter a primus. Oh man.
It's gonna
Just
be like a level,
a random person.
like a level 3 cleric. It's about to just ace us.
Oh boy.
It might have gaze reflection.
It's
It
good.
doesn't matter if we just first level inflict wounds, bam, dead.
True.
I too have inflicted.
I have anatomy proficiency.
How much
I
HP do
thought-
you have, Usma?
8.
3. Let's roll a d8 and see if you die.
You have 3 HP.
What
Oh,
the
you want me
dog
to roll a
doing?
d8?
Ah, he rolled 3 damage. Okay. You're not bleeding
Yeah,
out
so
at
I'm
least.
fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna say I didn't roll it.
So do we have a plan, guys? I guess we can talk about the plan when we see the building.
I feel like this is. I feel like we're over planning. It sounds like it's gonna be like a chill ass conversation. We're in low bay, okay? Let's relax.
I'm only preparing. I'm trying to be
We
quote
should
unquote.
get some of those mushrooms from the tavern keep.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, I guess I'll make my way to the building with my friends.
We didn't get as far, but as you head down, the barkeeper will call Usma over.
I walk up to the barkeeper.
The barkeeper will relay a message to you. He will hand you a letter.
I take the letter and I.
You see the sigil on the letter is the sigil of the Hunters Guild.
Okay, I put it in my satchel.
Okay.
I'll read it later.
What time is it?
I thank the dude. Thank you.
I guess it's like dinner time. That's why you're heading down, grabbing a bite to eat, and then heading out as the sun goes down. That's like
Yeah.
my idea of the timeline.
Yeah, cool.
So you have a bite to eat, and then you head out of the tavern into barriers and head over to the temple. Or just drag you to the world map, to the world map for this reason. Whoa, sorry, 1 second. Oh. Okay, so you head to the temple. There's the temple. It's this octagonal shape building, and north of the temple is the building that the priest has been talking about. That's like the clergy residence, where the Pater Primus lives, and like his assistants live there. But like he has his own part of the building. The rest lives together, basically.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna take Zool with me.
Okay.
Mostly for symbology.
So you arrive on this square in front of the building. What's your plan?
Yeah, I guess I'll tell Ruben, see if he can. Wait, is this a 2-story, 3-story building, or is it just a 1-story?
That's a 2-story building.
I guess I'll look to Ruben and ask him, like, hey, do you think you could see if there? Wait, are there any windows to the building, like around it?
Yeah,
I guess
there's a lot of windows.
Are they all open or closed? I mean, the curtains to the windows. I mean, like, can you see inside the building?
I mean, if you walk up to the window, it's getting dark now, so you can't see inside unless there's light inside.
Right.
There's like a few lights, like a few rooms in the second floor who are lit up.
Okay. I think Ruben like nods to you, Viglaf, as you said something to him, and just points you to like just stay down. And he similarly, he doesn't have experience in urban settings, so he just does it exactly how he would in the woods, of just getting down low and just start shuffling.
As I see these two kind of act up in the middle of the streets.
Just Ruben.
Is this really necessary?
Like Ruben is like plainly in the open, trying to sneak around, like looks silly.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab Ruben's arm, lift him up, like, come on. No, you don't believe that you're sneaking here. It's not necessary. We're just out here for a meeting. Can we all relax?
But Viglaf said to be careful, did he not? Should we at least, look into the windows to see if there is an ambush?
I lean in closer to Ruben and say, Wiglaf's a little crazy.
Okay.
Motion. You're overthinking this. Just go meet the dude.
You okay? Well, I guess I'll see how it goes, or I won't return. I'm gonna walk up to the building.
It's not dark yet. It's getting dark. It's not dark yet. Like,
we're waiting till night.
You're probably too early. I thought you were trying to scout out the place. That's why we are here already.
Well, I mean, if Usmar doesn't want to do
it,
then we're wasting hours sitting here, or wasting here and that. I guess we could
go look at the place now. Why not? Did I misunderstand something?
No, we want. That's the whole point. Like, scout out the areas, see if there's anybody waiting in any particular corners, and then if there's nothing there, or is what we could see.
Wait, sorry, am I misunderstanding? We're meeting at the temple, right?
We're meeting at a building that houses the clergy men and women of the temple.
Yeah, there's the temple on the square, and north of the temple is the clergy building.
Yeah. Can you not just walk in?
Would I be allowed?
Yes.
Would I be allowed in the clergy building?
But the setting the time of the meeting was at darkness, so he would be too early if he went now. So he shouldn't go. How about this? They do not know that I am you. We are with you, right? So I or Uzmar or Gorven could go there and just look, and then just come back.
So you're meeting this person in the building, correct?
Yes.
Why not just go in the building and wait for him? Tell the guys we're waiting for this guy. We're gonna have some.
Okay, Usmar, I understand that I am sometimes do not understand human, what happens in human lands and how your culture is going on here. But also, I think, at least, do not, please take no offense to this. But after what you did to that poor crazy man in that village and blowing up his door, I think you are also sometimes slightly misunderstanding of human culture. So I would
Bismarck
like
just
to
squints his eyes. He
I,
looks visibly annoyed.
I would like to intercept here and
That's pretty
say,
good.
going inside before the meeting to me seems like barging into someone's house uninvited. At least it seems a bit rude and a bit. You should go to secret meetings at when the
I
time is right, right?
I throw my hands up like I give up like a giving up motion. Like yeah, fine, whatever. Just do whatever you want.
Okay.
Well, I didn't want Ruben to go inside the building to just kind of scope it out there. Just, take a
How
peek on
about
the
this
outside.
then? We go to like the seats, couple parks, couple buildings that way, and I go and do a circle around the building, and then I come back.
That sounds like an idea to me.
All right. Give me a circle around the building.
Yep. I'm
Is there anything
gonna
you're doing while you're circling around the building? We're just circling
gonna
around the building.
look into the windows, but I'm gonna attempt to be, kind of just walking, but I'm gonna just check into the dark, see if I can see anything in the dark building. I guess, like first I'll get closer to it and just circle the building and go off another direction, and then come back, and then look up and try to see into the second floor as well. So I'm essentially aiming to look into the first floor first, and then circle back, looking into the second floor. Because I'm imagining to look into the second floor, you have to be a bit further out to
Yeah,
like.
you won't get into any angle that you will see anything on the second floor other than the ceiling.
Okay.
And the first floor is dark. There's no lights.
Okay.
So
Does
you would
my
have to go really up to the window and like put your face against the window to see something inside. At which point this will be obvious to every person looking at you what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh,
But as you circle around the building, you don't see any shadowy figures lurking around.
okay. I guess he looks around like the street where this building is, where the second floor is. He looks around like the other sides. Is there anywhere I could feasibly go to get a better angle at this second floor?
You're in the middle of the city. That's the problem. Like if you climb like one of the trees in the temple square, uh, then you are like 60 feet away, and then at this point, you don't really see that much through the window again. You could throw the cat.
Yeah, but
Not the kitty.
I think Ruben's not going to use the cat as a normal wizard's familiar that they throw around to
Okay.
get killed.
Yeah, Wiglop's just gonna. I guess as Ruben is circling around, I guess Wiglop's just gonna go into the building.
Oh, there's a door at the building.
I'm gonna knock on the door, obviously.
You knock at the door. There's no answer.
Does it have a stopper? Like, I'm sorry, does it have one of those doorknob things, or does it matter if I use the I guess I'll knock harder.
You use the appropriate method to knock at the door. There's no answer from the other side. Do you want to try to knock the door down?
No.
No, okay.
It can be helpful, but not particularly right now.
Do you want to ask Osmar if you want to?
Yeah, it's my. You know,
Just a spell for this.
Just in this game, it's like it's a legit question.
Great.
No, I don't have that prepared. I could spider climb you over it though.
Ooh.
Is a good point. I don't know if you.
JK, just chill out.
Well, I guess I'll just have my friends wait. I don't know, like feet away from the building or whatever. Just kind of loiter around. I don't know. While I wait for my meeting.
Scream if you need help. Scream, and we will attempt to get there as quick as we can.
Yeah, I'll do my best. But if I'm inside the building, I don't know if they'll be able to hear me.
Break a window.
That's what I thought about too, but we'll see what happens.
All right. So you continue waiting a bit, and like half an hour later, you see the Pater Primus exiting the temple and heading over to the building. Are you waiting in front of the building? Are you like intercepting him?
I'm like on the opposite side of the street or something. Like if there's like an alleyway or something, just kind of hanging out in the.
Opposite side of the building is the temple.
Sorry. Are there bushes or anything that I could probably hide behind, or is it still too light outside?
There's like a small strip of green outside the temple, yeah. Like around the temple, except for the entrances, obviously. So if you want, you can hide in the temple vegetation. But you're in the middle of the city. When you start to climb into the temple vegetation, the people are looking at you strangely.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just thinking like I don't have a visualization of what I'm looking at. It's just trying like on the episode. There aren't any like alleyways I can go into to still have a visualization of the front of the clergy building.
Sure, you can like walk off the temple square, like in somewhere where you can look at the entrance.
Yeah, I guess I can probably walk along the temple square area with Usmar if he wants, and we can talk about things while we both. Well, I mostly keep an eye on the building.
Can all of you roll me a d20, please?
You guys are so in sync today.
Doing the 70-20s.
We should start a boy band.
Let's see. I have to see if something comes from these checks or not. No, never.
Usmar is that Keanu Reeves sad meme currently.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Just what you typed in chat.
Sad meme. I don't know if I've seen this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sad Keanu.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, after like the Pater Primus crosses the square, enters into his building, he unlocks the door, goes inside. After a few minutes, you see a small light going on in one of the chambers.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell Usmar, while we were out of the square, I'm like, all right, well, I guess it's time. See you on the other side. And I start walking toward the door, and I'm gonna eventually knock on it.
Yeah. You knock on the door, and the door opens. The Pater Peril stands in front of you, looks behind you, and ushers you to come inside.
Yep, I also have Zool just in case. Okay. All right, yeah, I walk in.
Okay, he sees the owl on your shoulder, is slightly confused, looks behind you, ushers you inside, and closes the door behind you.
Okay. What?
He shows you to the next room, where there's a candle burning on the table. other than this, it's surprisingly dark. You have info vision, you don't mind, but
I
human
noticed that,
convention
like,
would be like, okay,
yeah.
this is suspiciously dark.
Mm-hmm.
Or auspiciously, like, it's like, take a different word.
Yeah.
And he says, give me 2 minutes, and leaves you alone in the room, goes to the next room. Is there anything you're doing while you're waiting?
I guess twiddling my thumbs if there are seats around or something. Can I check the? So what does the room look like? You know, is it like 20 by 20? Is it 10 by 10? Does it look very dank and musty and smelly?
No, it looks like a very clean room. There's like a kitchen block. You're sitting on a table with a candle on the table. Seems to be like a dining table.
Is there a window to the room I'm in? Like if I look out the window, would it be toward the temple?
Towards the temple, yeah.
I'm going to just kind of move the curtains, not open the window, but move the curtains along. I'm going to see if I can see Usmar or Reuben in my sight.
Unless they are hiding, you can spot them, yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll just keep them there, and I don't know if they can see me inside the room, but I try to make my presence visible.
They probably can see like somebody appearing in front of the window, blocking the light, and then disappearing again.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get closer to the building? Ruben's still expecting this to, there's a chance this could be an ambush.
You can be as close to the building as you want. You can be standing in front of the door. Just everybody will see that you're standing in front of the door.
Is there like a side of the building that's more covert?
He said there were bushes around the temple.
Yeah, you can be across in the vegetation on the temple green. That's like the best place to hide, but it's obvious to everybody around that somebody's getting into the bushes there.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But what about like to the suit? There's the building, and the other side of the road there's the temple.
Mm-hmm.
What about the left and the right of the this house?
There's just streets.
Okay, so I could be just in a street next to the building, like just
sure.
back of the building.
Yeah. So instead of standing in front of the building, you're standing at the side of the building.
Yeah, hopefully
loitering around.
Loitering around, exactly.
Going full hobo mode. Sitting on the street,
hobo.
petting your cat, having a hat in front of you, looking for people to throw money into your head.
Maybe he hasn't quite reached that level.
Okay.
He hasn't figured that out.
It's a possibility. So are you sitting on the street or not?
I'm like with my back to the building or like pacing around.
Okay. All right. Then Coffin doesn't come up to you and throw a coin in your lap. Obviously, you're loitering around outside the building, completely not suspicious to anyone looking at this. There's always people on the temple square. There's always people standing around in the streets. This is totally normal. Inside, the priest returns. He has unequipped his robes. He is now wearing pants and a shirt, and comes to sit at the table. And do you want something to drink?
Do you have any water?
Yes. And he sees that the curtains have been moved and says, "Oh, would you kindly close the curtains?"
Oh, yes, of course. And I'll get up and close the curtains back, because I forgot to close the curtains before he came back.
He returns to the table with a basin, a large basin, with nothing in it, and 2 cups with nothing in it.
Okay. So he has a cup and I have a cup, or did he give both cups to me?
He puts the basin and 2 cups on the table
Oh, okay.
and then says, "This is precisely the reason why we need to talk." And moving from under his shirt, he reveals a amulet. Amulet is in. It's colorful. It's green mostly. It has the shape of a. What's like a Christmas tree basically. Like it has a shaft and then 4 on both sides. It has like 4 green droppings. I can just. It's
Would I
hard to
recognize-
describe. Like I will just draw this on the map so you can see what I'm talking about.
Where are you drawing it at?
Yeah, I'm drawing it in the ocean.
Okay.
This is the wrong thing. Am I on the right layer? Yeah, okay. So he basically draws wrong color. What the fuck? Why is this so hard? Drawing on Roll20 is so hard. Like,
Yeah.
this is like a shaft, and then on the shaft, disregard the colors, but basically something like this. So I see it looks like a Christmas tree, basically.
Okay. Would I recognize the symbol, or does he want me? Does he think I should recognize the symbol?
He pulls this out and then holds his hand over the basin and speaks a few words, and the basin fills with water.
I don't have that ability. God. Wait, hold on. I think that's a level 2 spell, isn't it? Create water? Well, anyway, I can't do it.
You
So,
have no idea what level spell this is, okay?
Yeah, sorry, no. Okay. I don't know what he expects from me, so...
And then he says, some things you have described, they have happened to me as well. I do not know the symbol that you are wearing, but also, but I as well have received this gift from a dream.
You know the voice that speaks to you, like the one that speaks to me. The name of this being.
I strictly believe that we are not talking to the same being. The place you are standing in the temple, that feels comfortable to you, it feels very uncomfortable to me.
Oh shit! I didn't out of character.
Oh shit, bro!
What? I'm not getting any vibes from my god, right? Like my god's not making me feel like you kill this motherfucker, or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna I can't do anything. How would I be able to?
I don't know if we are friends, comrades, enemies. I only know that I have no idea what's happening with me, and I assume you feel the same.
Yes, it's why I wanted to look for ancient knowledge. Maybe now that I know that we both seem to be in similar situations, maybe we could, like you said, help each other out in finding more information on what exactly is going on with us and who is, giving us these abilities, or what.
You must have heard, like me, you must have heard the stories of old about paladins and divine spellcastings, people who can heal things that
Yeah.
are believed to be lost.
Yes, I was told these things by others. For these things that seem to have been gone for thousands of years, or 1,000 years, whatever. Yeah.
We
It's your
all
voice.
we all believed them. They never existed. And now look at us. I've been able to heal wounds. I've been able to create water from dust.
I've been able to speak with woodland creatures and cure wounds myself. That this is, and I point to Zool. This is my, I guess it would be my deity's creature of the night. So I guess I point to Zool, and it's an owl. It's been sitting there in the cage.
The owl without the face that you described.
Yes. My particular deity has an aversion toward certain magical creatures, and they have mentioned to me as it to be my particular mission to have people remember who they are, and also to eradicate or destroy undead wherever I go, if I find them.
It seems to be a honorable quest you have been sent on.
Can I use my ability? Can I use the? So he has the cup in front of me, and I want to do something else, not to a cup, but I want to cast an invisibility to undead.
Mm-hmm. On yourself? Or on him?
Sorry, my every time I touch the P button, it starts writing on the different tabs, and I keep forgetting to click on the. So anyway, so I'm gonna cast it on him. Invisibility to undead.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's. Yeah, it's like I guess it's 2 or 3 casting. I think that's right. I'll spell it.
Hey, it doesn't matter. It's casting time 4, but
Okay, yeah.
whatever.
I get in my praying position, and then I tell him, like, let me show you some of my powers. I just wanted to test something. So I
You
guess
cast invisibility invisibility to undead on him.
yeah.
Hmm.
Do you see anything?
Why would he not see anything? He sees things, yeah. Also, curiously enough, you just casted the spell, and you're pretty sure the spell went off, but you still have the spell.
Oh, that. Whoa. That's the first time that's ever happened. Okay. I'm a little confused. So I'm like, I look at him. I'm like, did your voice tell you what sort of mission did your voice give you?
I've only gotten weird. Weird is the wrong word. Just make the people remember. I don't know. I feel kind of unsure what to do. I'm a priest in a temple. Do I use my abilities to obviously heal people? Will people not believe that I'm just a necromancer practicing under the guise of religion? Am I a necromancer? I've tried cutting myself. I still bleed. And
Oh, that's right. Do I bleed? Oh, hold on. Let me take my. Do I have any knives or anything in my? Okay, I'm gonna take my obelisk, my thing out, and I'm pretty sure I still bleed. No, I remember this now. My mind is all puzzle. I guess I, yeah. Every time that I get knocked down from battle, since I am a soldier after all, I don't seem to bleed like from any like internal, critical wounds. Does this sort of thing happen to you?
I'm not a soldier. I have not been wounded in battle lately.
Guess that's a
Ever.
good point. Yeah.
I'm not really interested in trying what happens to me when I stab myself through the guts.
You said you can cure other people of wounds, correct?
Yeah.
Have you ever been wounded yourself?
I tried to wound myself. It worked. I was able to heal myself.
Hmm. Well, the spell that I had casted on you, did you feel anything from it?
I don't really know. What did you cast on me?
Invisibility to undead.
Are there any undead in the room?
No, that's not. I was actually going to ask you that question.
Well, you can still see me, right?
Yes.
Guess that rules you out as undead.
Well, I figured if I casted it on me, I wouldn't be able to. Wait, should I have cast? Okay. Okay, I see. I've done it dumb. Out of character.
Does the name Dolanier ring a bell?
I gotta get mine cleaned up too.
Nope, not at all. Never heard of that name.
I have
Does that-
fought during this day, and I remember slightly. I think I have heard about a thought to be crazy person living in Barrios, being convinced that there is truth to these old tales that we believe to be old tales.
Why?
There seems to be, yes.
Why?
Maybe if you can find him, maybe he has answers. I cannot leave my temple behind. I have responsibilities here. You seem to be more of a free spirit. I would appreciate if you let me know if you find out anything.
No.
And also I would appreciate if you could keep this secret.
Lady.
Yeah, I believe I can.
Well, anyway.
Does this conclude our meeting?
Again? Didn't understand what you were
Your
saying.
name-
Oh, sorry.
Sean?
I said that. Does this conclude our meeting here tonight?
I think so. Unless there's something we have to discuss.
There's always something I have to discuss with every single person I talk to. I keep forgetting. Can I take my obelisk and bone thing and see what it does when I go around the Christmas tree amulet? I'm gonna. It's mostly just being. I just want to get closer to Barrios with my obelisk and see what happens. Like, I'm gonna put the bone, the shaft into the obelisk thing, and I'm going to see, like, if it resonates, getting closer to this particular priest.
No. The holy symbol does not seem to react to anything.
Do you know of any other people like us? Have you met them in your travels, or am I the only other one?
I don't travel. I live here. You're the first one that I meet.
Could I? I don't have Omen reading. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to think. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I feel like there has to be a question or something I have to ask, and I just don't know it, or I've forgotten it again. Well, I guess this is it. You know, that's the end of that. I could use the inflict light wounds on this person, because if they're, I don't know, that wouldn't work against undead, right? If I thought they were undead. I don't want to just like attack a primus of another village.
You still have the spell invisibility to undead, so you can cast it on yourself.
Yeah, I'll cast it on myself. Sorry. I'll take a few extra minutes and do that. Obviously, I'll do it in front of him. I'll tell him like not to worry.
Yeah. You cast invisibility to undead on yourself, and
Yes.
Interestingly enough, you still have the spell.
Can I? So, he's still looking at me, right?
Yeah.
Like he knows exactly where I am.
I mean, he's looking at you. You cast a spell on yourself. Maybe he's just acting like he knows where you are.
Can I get up off the table and just kind of move in a particular direction, like any random like move toward the window?
Yeah.
And see if his eyes are searching for me, or if he's trying to act as though his eyes are searching.
He follows.
I'm sorry.
He follows you standing up, and then as you're walking away from the table, he does not follow you with his eyes. Instead, he he doesn't follow you. He looks at something at the table.
Oh boy, it's go time. Yeah, Wiglaf immediately is he knows what he must do. So
as you're standing there, like he gets up from his chair and turns towards you.
He knows what I'm doing.
He turns towards you and says, if there's anything else we need to discuss, Wiglaf, you can find me at my temple.
Oh yes, Primus. I will be finding you at your temple soon.
Then I wish you a good night, and he gives you a slight bow. He's looking at you, gives you a slight bow, and walks over to the door and opens the door for you.
I mean, because I'm still invisible to undead, correct? Or I mean, since I've been speaking, he looked in the direction of my voice, or would that not work that way?
Hi, he looked at you without you speaking.
Oh, okay. So he saw me without me speaking, moving from the table, then, right? Because you said that he was just not following where I was moving.
No, he was following as you standing up, and then he stopped looking at you, and then short while after he looked at you standing at the window and told you goodbye, basically.
So he could see me, and then as I stood up, he saw me then too, because I was in quote unquote invisible to undead, and moving to the window. He didn't see me between that moment to the window, and then it was over, I guess.
He didn't look at you at some point.
Okay, he didn't look at me. Okay.
You can read into the fact that he didn't look at you whatever you want to read into the fact.
Okay. I'm gonna leave. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. I'll give him a bow, courtesy, and respect, and then get out of the place.
Yeah. As you walk out, you stand outside for a few minutes as you feel the effect of the spell waning.
the invisibility spell, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So I guess he did see me.
Oh, he's the best actor you have ever seen.
Say that again.
Or he's the best actor you have ever seen.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to. Yeah, I'll mention this to a very special.
Or he
someone.
is higher than 4th level.
That could be the case. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. Well, at least he can do the create water thing. I can't do that, so he must be able to do more than I am. So I'm already thinking he's more powerful than me.
You think so, yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
But now you
I'm
know
not-
someone who can create water, and you can make unlimited amounts of holy water
That is a good point. I could
without
just,
breaking into temples and ruining their basins.
ruining their bases. Yeah.
Who knows if this would
Okay.
even work again? Like, maybe this was a one-time offering from your deity.
Yeah. Wait, one sec. Oh, you mean like him helping me make chili water? So like I wouldn't necessarily need to bleed myself all the time since he can just do it, or just he would be able to supply the water since he's another priest.
Creating holy water is a process that involves casting create water and bless at the same time. That's why it needs 2 priests. And
Oh,
now
I
you
didn't
know
know that.
someone who can create water, so you can, as you two together, you can make holy water.
And I'll just.
All right, party.
Yeah.
Wiglaf emerges from the building.
I just kind of give him a blank stare. They had to drag us all here for this.
Seems I found someone quite like me, but of a bit more power.
That's good. Glad to hear.
We're able to get a good bit of blasted water as opposed to me, ruining someone's
Can we
base.
not talk about this in public, please?
Oh, sorry. I should not exclaim. I'm more or less whispering out, around the door.
Can we just go to the tavern? We'll talk about this later.
Yeah. Good idea.
Oh, I forgot one roll. Oh, let's check.
No, don't roll it.
Okay, yeah. I rolled it. Nothing happens.
I go to the tavern.
Okay.
Or we go to the tavern.
Reuven probably like slinks back to you guys after you walked a couple of streets. Horribly still stealthing, like still trying to stealth like he was in like tall grass. Just like in any like urban styled video game, just holding down control and just like crouch walking.
Crouch walking through the streets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Gaining his sneak skill while everyone sees him except for one person.
How long did this take? How long did I feel like I was waiting for in total after leaving the tavern?
15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I guess once we're at the tavern, I open up the letter and read it.
The letter reads, Dear Mr. Usma, we have received your request and you will be granted the ability to speak with one of the counselors about your inquiries. Please come to the guild hall on Monday morning.
What day is today?
Sunday.
Alright. Awesome.
I glance at the letter to see in what language it's written in? Assuming common it is. It's,
You can't read it, so it's probably not Elven.
yeah, it has to be not Elven. I can only read Elven.
Yep.
I looked to Ruben and it looks like, well, we're not in yet, but it seems like our request to the Hunters Guild library is advanced.
What do we? Oh, sorry, it's so late. It's so late. I'm getting. What do you call them? Yawns. Yes. What do we do? What did the letter say then? What do we have to do to?
It just says that I have a meeting tomorrow morning.
Ah.
Or
To.
Are you reading this letter on the way to the tavern or in the tavern?
no, in the tavern.
Oh, in the tavern. Okay, sorry. As you enter the tavern, you go inside and you start. No, this works out perfect. You go inside, you start reading the letter. You talk about this. As somebody else enters the tavern and comes up to your table.
I look at them.
Walking up to the table is a man in his early 30s. You're trying to place the face.
Just
I
too smart,
guess.
right? Or they
Do I
won't be too
recognize
smart.
him?
Give me charisma check.
Does he look like the guy who was rushed into the house?
Give me charisma check.
Everyone and only Uzma.
You can roll one if you want to.
Why not? I want to
It's
roll.
humans, they all look alike for you, but give it a shot.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah. Wiglaf and Rufin can identify this person. But he walks up to Usma and says, you are Usma?
Correct.
On behalf of Mercurio, I have to deliver a message to you that in his absence, Julie, what's her name? Jewel will talk with you about the proposal you had.
Interesting.
If you have time, they would like to meet you. She would like to meet you tomorrow in the evening or the day after tomorrow in the evening.
Tomorrow evening seems to work great for me.
Then I will let her know that you are coming by tomorrow evening.
I assume at the manor?
At the manor. Arrive shortly before sundown.
Sure. Thank you for the message.
He looks at the people at the table and says, there has not been made a specification if you are bringing someone.
I'll be bringing. I look to my party. Is Corp in here also?
You're all for the table.
My party will probably be joining as well.
Okay, I will plan accordingly. Then see you tomorrow. And he nods and turns around and leaves.
I give him a smile and wave and watch him leave. Wow, nice. I turn to my party. I look gleeful. I'm happy.
Great job, Usmar. We've done it. All thanks to you.
Yes, you are a, as you say, sweet talker, a golden tongue.
Wow, thank you. Raised by the best. You should. Once we make it to Taraga one day, you guys should visit our shop.
That would be lovely, Usmar. Thank you.
I smile and dig into my dinner or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Evening fest.
we'll slowly together. Wiglaf has questions as soon as he gets up to his room.
All right.
Oh yeah, right. We promised to talk, so I guess after eating we'll go privately talk and converse in our rooms if Wiglaf had any worries that he'd want to relay.
Yeah, like I would want to talk about that out in the open with the other priests. But yeah, I'll talk with Ruben and Usmar and Corfin about my encounter.
Is there anything but sharing what happened that you're doing?
No, just that. I'm going to try and keep it, but summarize the whole thing. You know, about the priest. He seems to be more powerful than I am. However, he's not comfortable sitting in the same circle as I am. So I don't know if he's in opposition to my deity, or he's just not. It's like one of those weird things. Like, you know, I'm not really comfortable over here. I'm comfortable over here. We're cooled up. So I don't know. Wiglaf doesn't know. He's going to try and get answers from his god, but he'll tell Usmar and Reuben about this in one of the rooms.
Are you telling them that he's undead?
I so the way that I wanted to see it, or at least what was happening in the room, is I thought it was weird whenever I got up from the seat to move to the window, and his eyes weren't moving to follow me. Usually, I would think that if someone was still looking at me and I'm not telling them what I'm doing, and I just move and get up and move, that their eyes would be like, "What are you doing? Why are you moving to the window?" But since he didn't do anything, I was like, okay, this is really weird. He's probably undead, but then like he started looking at me again. So maybe he realized what I was doing, and maybe he has this weird instantaneous cast where like he can just see me anyway. Like, or maybe it's like he doesn't have to pray or do some casting time thing for it. But I don't. I mean, I don't know if Wiglaf has enough information about that. He'll talk to his god first. So yeah, but he leaves the rest of it. He leaves the rest of the maybe he's undead out of it.
Mm-hmm.
He needs more concrete information, and only his god would probably be able to tell him this, or at least if this person was trying to trick him while he was using the spells.
All right. Any
Also,
discussion?
One more thing, and the last thing I say before Wiglaf goes to bed. I'm like, Uzmar, I never learned how to read any of the things I could speak. I was wondering if, since you could do that, could you teach me how to read? I could pay you for your time.
I look at Wiglaf. I think to myself, how hard would it be to learn to read? I think it's probably pretty hard.
Pretty hard, yeah.
Yeah, especially like after you're not like 2 years old anymore. Or wait, when do people learn to read? Is it like 5 or 6?
5, 6, 7, 8, yeah.
Yeah, children are sponges like toddlers. Like learning to read takes about, if you do it every day and you're consistent with it from about 4 to 6 months, you could probably learn how to read, like in the particular tongue that you've been taught to read it in.
Most adults who do not know how to read do not learn how to read anymore.
Yeah, it's not easy.
It's extremely hard.
I look at Wiglaf. I'm not sure if I'm that good of a tutor. Reading is a skill that is hard to grasp after the age of 10 or 12. We could surely give it a try, but I would set your expectations accordingly already. Might be a unfruitful endeavor.
Well, I guess you can't get hit by a deity unless you don't play with the rules.
Yep, maybe you have some divinely inspired youth that enables you to learn as a child.
Well, I would still wish to at least give it a try, give it a shot. I've never learned how to read.
Yeah, I'll set some time for you. We can make that happen. Don't worry about payments.
Excellent. And I'm gonna just kind of walk off unceremoniously or anything. I'm like a man on a mission, going right back to my room. I'm not gonna tell Reuben or Corfin or anything. Just good night or anything. I'll just nod to them and just go. I have to talk to my deity.
Oh wait, I want to go see Ruben's cat in private quarters.
Okay.
What?
Because I've seen videos of cats who see mirrors. So I want to cast gaze reflection on the cat, and there's like this mirror-like thing that appears in front of me that
Okay.
reflects light. I want to see how the cat reacts. And
Oof.
I already put my hands in front just in case it swipes at it.
The cat can murder you in 3 seconds, just letting you know.
I know. I'm playing with fire here.
How does the cat react to... God, like, how do we even
What are you
check
doing?
this?
He's pissing your cat off.
So
Not-
Ruben and his cat are like went back to the room. Now they're like, rebuilding their uh, uh what's it called? Like pillow hut, pillow
A pillow fort.
pillow. They're rebuilding their pillow fort. And like, okay, we'll set this there, and like, the Rosemar steps in and just randomly cast a spell. We just look up.
Mirror-like area of air before the wizard. Oh, it's not. It doesn't have to be in front of my eyes. Well, it probably is somewhat in front of my face.
Yeah, it's in front of your face, yeah. The cat looks at you, you cast a spell, and then the cat, like, hisses and hides behind the bed.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh.
I also look at whatever's doing, probably at the same height as the cat, as we're like, down on the ground. As what do I see?
You see Uzma with a shimmering plane in front of his face. Kind of seems like it's reflecting your face back at you. It's like almost like a mirror, or a strange mirror.
I'm like, what is this? Uzma, what is this? As I turn back to the cat. Oh, you've frightened my friend.
I've um I've read that house pets tend to react to their own image um in entertaining ways. I thought this was gonna be an entertaining experience.
You think my companion is some sort of entertainment for you? It is not. He like stands up with like fury. It's like it like comes right at you. It's like almost shouting at you. It's like, she is my friend, my companion, and my sworn. I am her sworn protector, Uzmar. I don't think you understand what this means.
Look, look, Ruben, look, and I point to the mirror thing. Look how mad you look. Okay,
That's
I'm sorry.
true.
You just see Reuben get even madder at this. Just like react exactly the same as the cat. He like his face gets all his perfectly non-blemished elven features and face of that's perfectly sculpted and whatever elves are, and like silvery, like whitish, uh, like powdered skin, almost natural skin, gets like deeply red, and he's like, "That is so rude of you, Usmar. You just my friend was just beginning to like, what he said before, that you were a horrible wizard, right? You are she says you are a horrible cook, and a horrible everything else. And you know what I said? He like points at himself, like poking at himself. I said that I trust you, and that I believe in you, and that I say that you are a good wizard, and I said that to my protectee. She told her that, and as I told her to trust you, okay? Because I trusted you, and this is you. This is what you do with my trust, Usmar.
Okay,
This,
I think
these
I think you need to
laughable,
calm down.
childish jokes. This is not some sort of the random thing. I do not know what you see in this, but she is not, like pointing to a cat. She is not a pet.
While you are
She's
screaming at
not.
Osma, the pet has jumped on your shoulder. And as you keep screaming at Osma, you don't really notice this, but like Osma, you see the cat is now sitting on Reuven's shoulder and looking at
I
your
take a
face
couple
again.
steps back. I take a couple steps back so it doesn't start swinging at me.
I think Reuven is kind of enraged and will follow you, and the cat is like reaching its paw out and
I
trying
run
to.
out.
Okay.
I barge through the door, run back into my room, close the door.
It's like trying to pat you.
I don't want to take damage. I might die.
You won't die. We have a cleric here with light wounds. Cure light wounds. You'll be
Of course,
fine.
light wounds.
Oh, but you see, you saw
Shit,
how
I
the-
rolled the wrong spell.
saw how the cat acted with the birds. It might just fucking attack my dead body or unconscious body until I'm dead.
Just playing with these s'mores, like just pat
Yeah,
them around.
we're-
Whoop.
I'm running out.
So I think the scene is Wuzmar runs out. Ruben like steps out of his door, but like stays at the doorway and like continues like just just offloading on you of like full. Do you think she's some sort of pet? I am her protector, and she is my protector. She is my.
This totally doesn't
She's.
sound like you're child trafficking.
And just continues on, just like spewing, just like. I and everyone else should treat her as a person. Okay, she is not to be treated as a pet.
Yeah, I'm probably in my room by the
Yeah, she's
time.
at the door shuts Pam
Yeah.
in front of Ruben. It's
Oh
like,
my god.
okay, and steps back in the room, closes the door. He's like, "How are you feeling? Were you frightened?"
Suddenly, cat. Then no cat. Then scream.
I'm
No
sorry.
touch
I
cat.
screamed.
Hi.
The wizard
Try
did
touch
a,
cat?
did a trick.
Look at other cat again.
that you know when there's like water or a pond or like when it's
Fish.
been raining, right? Yeah,
No.
and then
No
you
rain.
look at
Pond fishy.
yes,
Brain
but-
fish, no good.
okay. If you look at that water, right? And
Then-
do you sometimes see a cat? But that cat is you, right?
Sometimes see fish. And then hit fish. And eat fish.
I think Ruben and the cat great conversation about the
Go look
Just-
at cat.
okay, you know what, how about
Look at wizard cat.
Ruben's gonna go outside for a bit and like get like a tub or like a water source or like a bowl of water and come back with that.
There's nothing to grab unless you go to the buff.
Can I order from the bar at night a bowl and some water?
They can give you like a tankard of water.
do you have bowls to eat? Like soup from?
Yeah.
Could I get one of those as well?
Sure.
Thank you. So I go back with a bowl full of water. And I attempt to show the cat what reflections are.
The cat looks at the water and then takes a step back and then hits the water with its paw.
See,
Looks back at the water. No fish.
No fish, right? There's no fish there.
Rainwater, no good. Pond. Pond fishy. Fishy good.
Maybe when we get to a pond.
Go look fishy tomorrow?
Maybe.
Go look fish now?
Yeah. Not now, sorry.
Fish sleep now. Fish easy picking.
I don't think fish. They probably still swim while they sleep, actually. So they're really difficult to catch, even while they're sleeping.
Why wizards have cat?
That was you. That's the same cat as you.
Can look at cat? If
Maybe.
cat is me, then play with cat.
Oh no! Oh no!
He gets the room gets like a like just touring his touching his forehead in like a oh god, this is happening, isn't it? And attempts to still use the water that he bought from the bowl and like try to explain what the reflections are to the cat. I'm assuming this would take hours of like, okay, there's a cat. You see the water? Yeah, it like reflects. That cat is you.
The cat drinks a bit of water.
Maybe next time we'll ask the human wizard again to show you again. But you can't play with that.
Play with wizard?
Do you want to hurt the wizard? We can't hurt the wizard.
No, play.
I know, but maybe we'll see. Maybe in a couple of days. If okay.
Can go play catch mouse?
Hopefully tomorrow. Maybe we can get some time to play catch mouse.
Mouse run around dark. No mouse stay light. Need play now.
How Ruben like gets some like twine from stash. Makes like a makes like the cat toy.
Okay. Found a second use for the twine and bell.
Yeah, so like so they can like drag around something and the cat can like catch onto it and attempts to use that to play the mouse game.
Cat is playing the mouse game with you.
Great. Hopefully we can get to sleep. Reuben was not ready to be a parent, but I guess he has become.
So the cat plays with you for like 10 minutes, then gets bored. Splashes a bit around in the water. Then says, pond's too small. No swim,
Yeah. Yeah.
no fish.
Bad pond.
Bad pond.
Bad pond. Yeah. Maybe we can find a better pond next time. How about we go to sleep now?
Okay. The cat curls up and sleeps.
Great. Reuben, absolutely fucking exhausted, also goes to sleep.
Everybody sleeps.
Spiegelop is pertinent. I'm trying to ask for information on if that's what I thought I saw. It's in my deity. Oh, Dulinir, whoever that is. I'm going to ask if my deity knows anything about that. Also, if that priest, if they were undead or not.
So you are praying to your deity.
Yes.
What is the thought you're trying to get a reply to?
Just any sort of, I guess it'd probably be vague, but any sort of information on Dulinir, I don't know who that is, and maybe my deity would know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
And also maybe like I feel like I'm asking too many questions, and then I mostly want to know if that particular person that I met, the priest, was undead, because I wasn't quite sure.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed like it was, seemed like it wasn't. I wanted to have a confirmation from my deity. I mean, I'm sure my deity can see through my eyes and see through just wherever they want to see. So.
Okay. That's your prayer. Give me a wisdom check as you pray.
32.
That's quite a good roll. Is Wiglaf a only child?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Okay.
Him, his mother, his father, and I think maybe grandparents. Maybe, I think maybe not. I don't know. Maybe his maybe his mom and dad.
You, in response, you get like a feeling that you can't really interpret. It's almost like if you like try to empathize with the feeling, it feels similar to what you feel when you think about your parents, but it's not the same.
So it's sympathy. Said empathy. So this is is this because of Dulinir, or would this be because I want to know pertinently right now, like about this, if that priest was undead or something?
This is the only thing you get in reply.
I got you.
Maybe your deity only answered one question. Maybe it answered two questions in one feeling.
Yeah. I'm thinking. Yeah, maybe it was one question. I think it might have been the question of. Oh yeah. Maybe it was the question of the undead. Maybe I. Oh god, am I gonna go try and smite a freaking not smite, but like kill a priest in chocolate level
I'm really confused how you arrive at your conclusions, but
maybe it is Dulinir. Maybe that's the thing, because the Christmas tree thing, because my deity didn't, or the holy symbol didn't do anything around it, and but Dulinir, maybe that's more sympathetic or empathetic, feeling. Maybe I think that might have been the answer, even though I probably wanted to know if that priest was undead or not. But I don't know if that one was the answer.
that's
Anyway,
what you got
yeah.
as answer. You
Yeah.
can, as always, interpret answers in any way or shape or form you want to.
Yeah. I'll
Just don't interpret them wrongly, or you will anger your deity, probably.
That would be bad. Yeah.
Is there anything else for the night? Any more secret things going on?
I don't think there's anything else. unless
Anybody
I'm
sneaking
looking.
out of the tavern in the middle of the night?
No.
No. Okay. Then I guess it's time to call it
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun.
before Reuven actually falls asleep.
Yeah. This